2 big one, yeah, and make 4 little peanut punch out of it for me as well. Out of a small one. 4 of them. Yes, guys, welcome to my live. Welcome to my live.
It's important that we understand that if you don't want to reduce the rates, we have to run and catch up and invest more and more in renewables. And how important are things like government subsidies?
One thing with this phone, I only really just move slow.
Only a small part of that factor is the actual generation. It's everything that goes with it. It's electric cars, it's charging points, it's the network and the infrastructure that needs to be with it. It's a mindset for some people about that switch to renewables. Now, there are movements. It's just to put in place the right policies. The important policy is that the market should be pre-designed because actually now the market is designed for fossil fuels. So the price is a cost-marginal approach. We need to go for a long-term contract. So there is a policy aspect. Also make the demands going to some new sources like hydrogen, green hydrogen. And most importantly, we have to understand, especially in our continent, how the interconnectivity and the flexibility in the grids are crucial to have more renewables into the grids. We know President Trump has made it very clear that he wants to drill more and more oil. How damaging is that in that transition to renewables? When you hear the president of the world's biggest economy talking about a renewed reliance on fossil fuels. We are concerned about it, but what I can say again is that that choice will put the Western world behind the others. Because we are going to use electricity, energy, at higher cost than other countries by investing
Where's it?
So I really hope that Europe will
Just make about 6 of them, babe.
to catch up and there will be more renewables into the grid, making the grid more interconnected and flexible. This is where we
6 of little one.
what the current prices
And 4 pumpkin punch little one.
so many global economies are reliant on oil and gas coming from the Middle East. There is very little diversity of supply. Is there a danger that we sort of replace that with a renewed reliance on places like China when it comes to solar panels or wind turbines, and we just change one reliance for another? Hopefully that so we are not making this error. And naturally, along all the countries that we have in the last year, all these efforts make the transition run faster. What's not important today is the only way to ensure resilience of the system. It's just common sense. When you have a decentralized system with many actors on the ground and not anymore a centralized fossil fuel system, this means the system will be more resilient. Look at Spain as an example. Is the country they are paying less in this difficult situation. The cost of energy is lower than any other European country. It's just a little example of what I'm saying. Some of the biggest energy users of the future will be data centers and AI hubs. And we know that a lot of tech firms are so concerned about the reliability of supply of energy that they're building their own micro-nuclear reactors. That's a pretty damning verdict on a government's ability to provide enough electricity for people and businesses, isn't it? That they're having to build our own power station? Sorry. I just give you an example. In China, there is 1,000 storage sites where the inflation is not perfect, but where the Chinese has put all the data center management. And you know how they are feeding their centers, they're feeding with wheat, soy, so they are providing electricity in a stable way for their data management center in our country with renewables. What does it mean to use renewables? And they will manage the data center as the lowest cost per us. And then they will be to be more competitive. So the question is that we have to produce electricity at the lowest cost possible. And today, with the technology, it's possible to do renewables. Is this crisis a really good opportunity, a really good marketing tool to bolster that transition to
out of all of this crisis, the one lasting legacy may be that it was the wake up call the world needed to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels.
So, has been as has been the Ukrainian war, this crisis make very clear. We just learned that in the last couple of weeks, the order from increased by 50%. So it's time to rush what our recommendation for moving to a more resilient and resistant, a system that may ensure competitiveness and ensure also to have to be clean and also contributed to fighting climate change resilient.
Francesco, that camera, really good to have you with us this week. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for the attention.
Coming up after the break, the food, the finances, and the frustrations of running a global restaurant business. I'll catch up with the serial entrepreneur, Marcus Better.
Did it feel that the X-Files somehow restricted your careers?
It certainly did when I was filming. You know, we had such short hiatuses, and I had a small child by the time we were in our second season even, and so, you know, doing anything at all during that period of time was madness, and yet I was approached by Terence Day. We used to do the House of Manor, and the opportunity was so great that I said yes to that. I knew that I wanted my career to have that scope, and I knew that it was important to show myself and other people that I could do something other than stuff. Watch on iPlayer.
Welcome back to Talking Business. Now, here in the UK, with record inflation, a cost of living crisis, and shifting government policy, we're maybe not the best time to be running a hospitality business. But my next guest is a serial entrepreneur who says that despite the challenges, London is still one of the world's culinary hotspots that must fight to retain its position with some tough competition. He's the founder and chief executive of the Festa Group, and I caught up with him at his new London restaurant, Spraggabenzeny.
You're spending £3 million on something like this. Does that keep you up at night? Do you worry about when you make that money back? Particularly, of course, in a climate, an economic climate like that.
Absolutely, but the times are different. Even though we're coming out of COVID, and there should have been scarier times, I did feel there was a clear path or strategy for us. I think the climate now is probably more challenging, macroeconomically and from a sentiment point of view. But you know, like any business, we have to provide an ROI and IRR for our investors and our partners. And it is worrying. Like, what keeps me up at night? Everything keeps me up at night. From, you know, is the next dish going to be served properly to, you know, is somebody going to invade another country? I mean, everything, literally everything in between.
Well, that's something I was like, because so many of these things are outside of your control. Is there a frustration that, you know, you're doing what is asking, which is trying to run a business, you know, something that you really love doing. And there's all of these factors that you have to take into account that have nothing to do with running a restaurant.
I think anybody could plan for that. And you know, the issues going on in Iran, for example, right now. But the reality is that travel is ground to almost a whole from Asia over here, and not to mention the Middle East. You know, the Middle East was the transport hub for people coming from Asia here, so that's slowed right down. I mean, I read yesterday, I think $38,000 for a business class seat from Singapore here. So, there's opportunities
When I sell with us,
and
just bring
I can
back.
choose where I focus on. The key here at the end of the day,
Remind me,
everybody
all
will
I
know.
know.
And it doesn't matter if you're in hospitality, if you're in tech, whatever the business we're in, right? The key is growth. At the end of it, we need to stimulate growth. We need a company that's growing, and an economy that's growing, and that's going to be our way out of this for us, because we're all together at the end of the day.
Do you feel supported by them in what you're trying to do?
in no way whatsoever. I mean, yeah, zero. And I don't think I'm alone in that. And I think, you know, London's economy capital like that. Traditionally speaking, New York and London have been there for years. The last 10 years it's been London. I mean, the whole thing, hospitality is internally by tourism. And you can't separate the two. In a country like Jamaica, I don't think industry is necessarily that sector is being because 10% of GDP that goes on so many people. I mean, it's a huge piece of the puzzle.
I guess every part of the book, and you talk about London being becoming more important as well. It has been, as you said, for 10 years. Can I keep on with it?
Of course. Look at what Gordon Ramsay did for cuisine, British cuisine, right? Him and the whole generation of chefs from Claire to Jason to Marcus to all these absolute legends in their own right, created this whole culinary world in the UK. We're also following this first step. But if the cost is so expensive that they don't want to be here, and even if they do, they can't afford to provide a visit. We are so excited about this restaurant, and it means, you know, we work through hell to get it. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
That's all for this week. You can keep up to date with all the latest on the global economy on the BBC News website and smartphone. But until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hello there. A quiet start to our Easter weekend with the weather will quickly deteriorate into the afternoon as storm day is set to arrive, impacting Scotland and Northern Ireland in particular, where we're going to see severe gales at times, with some heavy rain and even some snow. It's this area of low pressure that's developing very quickly. But ahead of it, we've actually seen some sunshine. We'll keep some sunny spells across South East England and the Midlands. And the cloud picking up for a spot or two of drizzle, but not a bad day for England and Wales. Heavy rain moves into Northern Ireland and across to Scotland. Here it will be going to be colder, and yes, some of that rain will be falling as snow to higher ground. Some significant snow perhaps for a time through the night.
No, what's happening there? I'm not up there. So.
In the strength of that wind will take us to the west of 8.
Oh.
It is going to keep at quite a pace, and actually Easter Sunday is looking very promising indeed. Some showers continuing to move their way west to east, still winds from the higher ground, a cooler day for all, but some of you will escape the showers and continue to see some central and much of the day. Now, high pressure is set to build for Easter Monday, keeping things very quiet indeed, and with the ice bars opening up, the winds will be a little lighter as well. So a relatively dry day for all of us. Some sunshine.
The director can come over to me and say, hey, I want a soldier here or an extra month there, and in a few clicks of a button, I can do that.
This is the forefront of the technology. Why do we want a cell phone network on the moon? There are no people there. There are no people yet.
What's in my hands are tiny electro threads.
This is a really significant change in the game.
We can directly 10 million regimes.
There are currently tens of thousands of untreatable diseases with existing tools. We think we can make sense of that.
This is a revolutionary ball of electronics.
TV showed these images.
I man, they used to come to me and say, oh, we start make some music, and I say,
Astronauts on NASA's Artemis
you have a error. What was you saying?
That journey to the moon continues. They've described how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I use that thing. I say, when I'm in space, I say, do that, man.
It just felt like we were falling out of the sky.
No, go ahead, no, go ahead. No, say, you know, say, you do something like that.
London 5 weeks are suspended after leaving the fact full of
Me and you not sitting here right now, so.
and as children and some adults are ready to tackle Easter eggs, why are shoppers still London? Trump said the shooting down of the US fighter jet won't affect negotiations with Iran and the war. Iran and the US are now racing to find a missing crew member. US officials have said the other person in the aircraft has been rescued. Tehran says it shot down the F-15 over the southwest of Iran. Officials have paid rewards of around £50,000 to citizens who helped capture the missing airmen. State media claim air defense systems shut down the with more is Tom Bateman Nations.
US searchers across crowded skies over southern Iran now with deadly race to find America's missing aircraft. Iranian state TV showing pictures of what it says is the wreckage of the downed US fighter jet. The Iranians claim it was shot down by an air defense system as it flew over a rugged province in southwest Iran.
They buy a phone, eh? System, they buy a phone, eh? So you know for one. You can't machine. You can't set up no card machine in people in place that do business. No. You can't no card machine.
These pictures appear to show many of the field opening fire on American paid-for helicopters used in the search operation. Another plane involved was also hit an 8-amp water like this. Its pilot ejected over the Gulf and was rescued. Meanwhile, Iranian government messages have been broadcast, calling on residents to join part of the fight, offering a bounty for capture. This is the F-15B Strike Eagle, one of America's most advanced fighters. It's used for bombing raids and to shoot down drones. The pilot is a weapons systems officer. Changing the pilot briefly in Suffolk, Iran's military claims that the airplane was from the Warhead squadron, but the BBC has not confirmed. This former F-15 pilot says the missing crew member all have been equipped to survive. What's on the ground? What's going to work through them?
First thing is, how do I get myself away from where it is going and then how do I get myself to get myself back into
The White House says President Trump has been briefed. He
Yes,
said
guys, welcome to my live, guys.
placing over in social media.
Just cleaning up my fryer.
US Central Command with pictures of towards undeniable progress, saying Iran's air defense systems have been largely destroyed. It claims to have three-way over in skies wandering hollow, the first known loss of a man-used aircraft there since the start of the war. The current search behind Iranian lines. The fate of the missing crew member could determine the direction of this conflict, already unpopular with Americans, overseen by a leader looking at the Something the BBC News
US Israeli attacks on Iran have continued. Breaking news, the International Atomic Energy Agency has said that it has been informed by Iran about projectiles striking close to the Bushehr nuclear power plant. The agency said that one of the site's protection staff members was killed by a projectile and that the building on site was affected by shockwaves. There will be increasing radiation levels was recorded. Israel has also confirmed it carried out an attack on a petrochemical site injuring 5 people. Elsewhere, heavy explosions have been reported in the Iranian capital Tehran. Anti-jets have also been held in the sky. Israel's military says it has performed strikes on Lebanon's capital Beirut. The IDF says the strikes targeted Hezbollah infrastructure sites. Iran has continued to fire missiles at Palestinians and other countries in the region. missiles in residential areas in parts of central Israel in the early hours of Saturday. And an Iranian drone attack on the southern Iraqi city of Basra has sparked a fire at an oil storage facility belonging to private oil companies. While Iran has continued its missile strikes on Israel, uprise Commissioner Britta is in Jerusalem at the latest.
Yeah, another Iranian strike apparently is getting through Israeli air defences and hitting the central Israeli town of Jamaica. We understand that in itself not very serious but just one in a string of thousands of Iranian signatories that have been fired to Iran over the previous 2 days, including over the Israeli holiday of Passover, when many families were getting together to celebrate normally on the stories
Granny shop. Granny shop. Oh, she'll go and they go asleep. Yes, she'll go and they go sleep. She go sleep. Hey, so go look after your wife. Hey, where's it? Okay.
that was things happening after the nationwide protests where thousands of protesters. But when these infrastructures are being targeted, many workers just simple Iranians that are working in these infrastructure. And that can have an impact on their day-to-day life. So the mood of the people and how they work this work can change a lot after.
Yesterday, there was a
bridge also targeted in
What do we understand, I know it's really hard to get accurate information outside of Iran. What's happening internally with the regime? Are there any cracks appearing within it?
Not that we see it. Actually, it's the other way around. So before the war, yes, there were brutal crackdown of protesters. But what we see right now is the regime is becoming more and more radical. Today, 2 people were hanged in Iran. Yesterday, we had another protester who was hanged in Iran. So day by day, we see here the news of executions in Iran. And apart from that, we see the supporters of the regime on the streets everywhere, checkpoints, enforcing, and controlling people. There's no internet in the country.
Score off this sickness.
Little things go back. But one important thing is that Donald Trump said that help is on the way to support Iranian protesters so they can achieve what they want. However, what we see right now is that the objective has changed from freeing Iranian people to opening up the Strait of Hormuz, a strait that was already open before this war took place.
Okay, Mark, stay with us. I just want to bring up here a couple of headlines just to lead us on this story. Reuters news agency which is reporting that Iran's foreign minister has said what we care about are terms of conclusive and the lasting end to the illegal war that is imposed on us. And also this other line from the Iranian foreign minister, we have never refused to go to Islamabad for mediation talks. And some other lines coming in around the Strait of Hormuz saying that Iran has authorised the passage of vessels carrying essential goods to its port through the Strait of Hormuz, according to the letter cited by Iran's Tasnim news agency. The letter indicates that ships
Boom, bam, 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 bam. Next move now. Take out that out of the fridge.
Oman must coordinate with authorities that comply with established protocols to transit the straits. So, Khan, let's just get your thoughts on both of those. We've got the Strait of Hormuz we've talked about so much over the past 5 weeks. As you say, this has become the key issue of for President Trump, but also for Iran, that they have got the ability to close off this strait and only allow ships with oil that they want to.
And they're planning to take some toll from those who want to transfer oil and any export that is taking it. So things from the Iranian perspective, things that work very well in the thing. Let me talk about one thing that share that is a nuclear plant in the southern part of Iran. Why that? First of all, this is really important. It's not the first time it's being targeted. Earlier, it's been targeted 4 times. 1 person was killed. Now, the difference between this one and the significance of this one is that it has a radioactive material. It has reactors inside it. So it's very different from that transportable and the previous war in the United States targeted because those places they contain centrifuges for enrichment. But this, there's a reactor in here. And if this place is targeted directly, there is a huge risk of contamination beyond the borders of Iran, probably the entire region.
To Ukraine now, and Russian drones have killed 5 people and injured 19 in an attack on a market area in the city of Nikopol in southern Ukraine. A fire broke out and the shop fronts have been severely damaged. Nikopol, on the banks of the Dnieper River, is only a few kilometres away from Russian occupied territory, comes under alert. An earthquake that hit Afghanistan has killed 8 people from the same family, according to local authorities. The family's house collapsed late on Friday, killing everyone except a child, thought to be around 2 years old. The earthquake struck Afghanistan's Nukus region, about 90 miles east of the city of Kunduz, at a depth of 110 miles. Further damage or injuries. 5 metropolitan police officers in London have been removed from frontline duties after a bag of firearms issued by the force was reportedly left outside the home in the London's City Park. Scotland Yard says it believes the bag was misplaced and was found by a passerby. Spokesperson for London said this is a very serious incident. We refer to that direct professionals. Reporter President Mackenzie
what we know is that the bag was discovered outside a property in South London on Tuesday night. It was a resident that spotted the bag, took the bag inside his home, went through it, only to discover there was a Metropolitan Police issued submachine gun, a pistol, a taser and ammunition to go with those guns. He then called the police immediately, who arrived within a matter of minutes, 7 minutes in fact, and retrieved the bag. Now, in terms of the bag and who it belonged to, we believe it belonged to officers that were tasked with protecting the London Mayor, Sir Sadiq Khan, who lives nearby. Now, the Mayor's office has issued a statement, and they simply say that this was a very serious incident which has been referred to the Metropolitan Police's Directorate of Professional Standards. Meanwhile, the Metropolitan Police have also issued a statement, and they say at this stage, we believe the bag was misplaced by on-duty officers a short time before the member of the public located it. And what we do know is that 5 officers from London's Metropolitan Police's elite firearms units have been placed on restricted duties whilst this investigation is ongoing.
Now, in the past few hours, the astronauts on board the Orion lunar mission have been holding a live conference. Here in the Spirits, they talked about the looping path that will carry them around the far side of the moon. One of the crews said they were passing so close to the Earth, it felt like they would crash into it. All day, looping the moon, lose contact with the Earth for around 40 minutes. That's the reason why I'm not taken by mission commander Reed Wiseman after the crew completed a final engine burn set them towards our closest celestial neighbour. The crew are now around 200,000 miles from Earth, on their way to the far side of the moon. Let's take a listen to some of the comments from the astronauts on board.
Gosh, in our first day in space, we just saw some extraordinary things. The Earth up close, and then by the time we had a bit of a nap and got up, the Earth was just so far away again. And then to come in for that transit or injection, we came all the way back to Earth again. We were out there at 60,000 kilometers. We came back to within 200 kilometers of the planet. And it just felt like we were falling out of the sky back to Earth. And I said to Reed, it feels like we're going to hit it. It's amazing that we're actually going to go around and miss this thing. It was just so close. And so to take all of that in was really phenomenal. I don't know, what do you think, Reed? Jerry said, he just said it so well. It's so fun to watch you. It was the first time flying up here. Like, all of us, you're doing a great job. But going from 38,000 miles above the Earth yesterday down to 100 miles above the Earth, and then Christina and Jerry did our intersection, just 100 miles off the surface of the planet. We were screaming at 100 mountain clouds, and now here we are, well over 100,000 miles, so we're closer to the moon than we are to the Earth right now.
Almost a quarter of female teachers say they have been subject to misogyny from pupils in schools in the past year, according to a survey by Teachers Union in the UK. An annual conference later today will see the union call for new behaviour management training in schools to deal with the impact of the manosphere. How's the story?
The manosphere is a loose network of online communities across social media and podcasts that claims to address men's struggles, but often promotes harmful advice and attitudes, particularly towards women. Last year, the hit drama series Adolescence explored how that could impact pupils. Now, teachers have told one of the country's biggest teaching unions that they're worried about the growing influence of the manosphere on pupils in their real-life classrooms.
We're seeing boys turning around saying, well, I don't need to know this, I don't need to learn how to cook a meal because it's a girl's job and I'll have someone to do that for me in the future. I don't need to learn about this kind of thing.
There's a few gestures that are popping that are directly from the manosphere, and it's definitely got worse in the last 10 years. And noticeably in the last 5 years. And we're getting more reports about it.
Teaching union MASWWT surveyed nearly 5,000 teachers
teachers are provided with training on how to tackle incidents, but then they have the support of the school leaders to make sure that such incidents are very clearly not acceptable.
The government says they're committed to halving violence against women and girls and have updated guidance for teachers on recognising misogyny. They're also currently consulting on whether or not to ban social media for under 16s. But teachers say the solution to misogyny also needs to lie outside the classroom, from parents, government and tech firms too. Kate McGough, BBC News.
Now, many things are increasing in price these days, aren't they? And as we are now within the Easter weekend, few will be as noticeable as the surging price of chocolate across the European Union. The cost of chocolate has risen by 18% in the past year alone. That's the highest price increase of any single food item. Rising cocoa prices are clearly part of the problem, but according to researchers at the University of Edinburgh, they are not the whole story. Other cost pressures, including manufacturing, are a factor. And you might be getting less too. A so-called shrinkflation, reducing the size of a chocolate bar or egg, is definitely happening, isn't it? Well, expert in agricultural commodities, Jonathan Hartman, has been giving me his analysis of why the price of cocoa or cacao, see my shelves, remains so high.
There was a severe shortage, particularly in West Africa, a couple of years ago, which was driven by weather and disease, and that created a global shortage. We've recovered from that now. In fact, we're in a glut. You wouldn't know that if you went into a supermarket at the moment and looked at chocolate prices, and that's because the manufacturers set their inventory prices about 6 or 7 months ago. And so really we're looking at prices from 6 or 7 months ago in the shops at the moment.
And we are seeing a big increase, aren't we? You know, sometimes you think, is it me or has it really got up so significantly? Because we're looking at, what, 18% in the past year alone for chocolate?
Yeah, the price of cocoa actually went to more than 5 times the highest it's ever been in the last year. So actually the price in the shops is I know it doesn't sound like it, but is relatively muted compared to what actually happened to the raw material. So yes, it is an enormous price. It's one of the biggest price shocks we've got. The price of cocoa is the biggest price shock we've ever seen. The only thing that was equivalent was back in the 1970s. So yes, it is very significant.
And when the prices come down now then, are they going to filter through? Are we going to see our chocolate come down in price?
Well, that's the good news. There are 4 major sort of chocolate festivals, if you like, in the year: Halloween, Christmas, Valentine's Day and Easter. And for all of those, from now on, we should see a significant, actually not just prices stabilising, but prices falling at the retail level.
Is the war having any impact on the price right now?
Well, that's actually, it's hard to say that anything to do with the war is that it is good news, but cocoa is one of the least affected agricultural commodities. It's not a zero effect, but it is very, very low. I mean, sort of a 2 out of 10. Mainly because cocoa doesn't go through the Straits of Hormuz, and although it will be impacted by increased shipping costs, seasonality means most of the cocoa for this year has already been harvested and shipped. So we've got a little bit of growth here. The water drag on and on, cocoa will be affected more and more.
Dreamy swag anyway. Whatever the price, I guess it's worth it. Okay, let's just return to the Artemis mission and those extraordinary pictures from space that NASA has published. Well, they've published a photo and show the Earth in complete darkness. Lights humankind twinkling in the night. Well, they've also produced a side-by-side comparison of 2026's view of the Earth. Is on the left.
For a big one, yeah.
And a similar one taken by the Apollo 17 team. On the right.
Or a big one and a 6-size small one.
Humans set foot on the human course. Well, that's the road we've come so far in the past 54 years. Everything hasn't changed. Excuse me.
I me cut you off. I don't know. One in my pocket, I'm just take you out.
Me cut you off. So you can see NASA said after the crew completed a final engine burn, has set them on a trajectory towards our closest celestial being. To stay with us here on BBC News back in just a moment.
Step on red. Step on red.
Here in the US,
That
especially,
is not
join me in Communicating their Washington with the latest here.
Yes, Dave, yeah.
I'm doing good, and I'm on an epic adventure in Zambia. Join me as I take on the power of the Zambezi River, get close with incredible wildlife, and make a splash on the edge of the mighty Victoria Falls. That's the travel show in Zambia. Watch on BBC iPlayer. With every week in whistle, we fall on a signified way. I think that audiences feel the rhythm and emotion.
Well, this is the deal I've woken up to this morning. The Gisa Reserve in the south of Uzbekistan. It's cold, the air is pure and clear. It's absolutely stunning.
We were peaceful for a lot. And if we don't have petrol or peaceful at home, it means we don't have anything. It is the most important thing.
I've never felt so alive. That is magic.
Here we go, to Bay, or our conference.
Inspiring travel. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
Beg your pardon, miss. I was called by news of this shop with double crossings and murders.
Father, that's not usual not him.
Well, really? You must join us this evening.
Nothing brings us together like great TV.
So TV license. Gives you access to this wondrous indeed.
A TV license for all TV channels on BBC iPlayer.
I lost my sight completely when I was 8 years old.
Moments in the history of the United States.
My name's Gary, I'm the human, I'm the chief North American correspondent at the BBC. When I started out in journalism, it was still legal to discriminate against disabled people. I was told you can't be a reporter if you're blind. People who hadn't done well trying to do it would film you. You can feel on the ground behind our car, which is not ideal, but that's the shelter we have. During the vaccination attempts, I think my blindness was an interesting factor because one of the central interviews we got was with the eyewitness, Greg. I found afterwards they were pretty striking.
Secretaries are looking at us when it's off the bottom. I'm pulling at that roof.
We spend your whole life interpreting the world through what you hear. Because I can't see, I just listen to what he's saying. I ask the same question over and over again. He remained consistent. He sounded credible. It was the thing that persuaded me. I accidentally hung up on the President of the United States. I don't ring. Gary, I've got the President with me on hand in more than an hour. Fortunately, they rang me back. He was in the Oval Office. A fairly reflective mood. I think we ended up with something different to what we normally get with those interviews that the President does. It's listening and telling stories. And it's the core of what we do. We get the experience of all people we serve because we have people of all kinds in this organisation.
This is BBC News, the headlines. Iran and the US are racing to find the missing crew member of a downed American fighter jet. Iran says it shot the plane down yesterday, and the soldiers are now combing the area. In London, 5 Metropolitan Police officers are suspended after leaving a bag full of weapons outside the home of the city's mayor. Astronauts on NASA's Artemis 2 sent back stunning images of the Earth as their journey to the Moon continues. The mission is expected to reach its destination, loop around the Moon, and return home within a week. take a look at how a herd of bison introduced to Kent 4 years ago helped efforts to regenerate woodlands and develop a more wildlife-rich habitat. Hello, I'm Samantha Simmons. 5 police officers in London have been removed from frontline duties after a bag of firearms issued by the force was reportedly left outside the home of the Mayor of London, Sir Sadiq Khan. Scotland Yard says it believes the bag was misplaced and was found by a passerby. Speak to our correspondent Tom Simons now, who's outside the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police in Scotland Yard. Tom, welcome to you. So what more do we know about this?
Well, so Sadiq Khan lives in a residential area in South London, and earlier this week a neighbour found a black holder somewhere near his house, looked inside and found a bunch of guns. To be specific, Heterocock MP5 carbine. That's the type the Metropolitan Police use, because you can tell it's been changed so that it only fires single shots, not on automatic. A Glock pistol, again, standard Metropolitan Police issue, 2 magazines, ammunition, and slightly strangely, a lighter with the word "stoned" on it. Now, this resident phoned the police within 7 minutes to pick the bag up, and doorbell footage from that moment shows one of the officers looking into the bag and saying, "Oh my God." And clearly, this is an extremely embarrassing situation for the Metropolitan Police. This is not something that should happen, of course. Now, Sadiq Khan does have diplomatic protection, armed officers protecting, and it is possible that one of those officers left that bag on the ground and perhaps drove off. But as you said, 5 officers have been suspended and that look into all of this.
Yeah, the spokesperson for Sadiq Khan said this is a very serious incident which has been referred to the Met's Directorate of Professional Standards. I mean, it seems completely shocking and unfathomable, doesn't it, almost, Park? Something that, if you saw in a film, you just wouldn't believe that a bag of weapons, including guns, could just be left lying around like this.
Absolutely, of course. Police officers are not routinely armed, but for those that are armed, the absolute golden rule is that their weapon stays on them, because they're loaded, stays on them at all times, to the extent that sometimes they can't actually get involved with physical altercations with suspects. They can't jump on them and hold them down because their gun might be taken off them. So this is an extremely serious situation. Anybody could have picked that bag of weapons up, and these are extremely powerful weapons, clearly. There was a taser in the bag as well. So the Met is urgently reviewing the circumstances under which they were left on the side of the road. And as you said, the Mayor's office is not impressed. It says the Met needs to make sure that this never happens again.
Yeah, and just tell us about the security for politicians in the UK, because Sadiq Khan is unusual for a politician, and he does have so much security. Was this because of death threats against him?
Absolutely right. I mean, senior politicians, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor, the Northern Ireland Secretary has traditionally had police protection. So the very top members of government, but the diplomatic protection officers that work for the Metropolitan Police, it's a dedicated squad. They also protect people for which there is intelligence that they might be subjected to serious risk. And we understand that Sadiq Khan is in that category, which means that almost certainly his home is protected, that people go with him in public, follow him closely, and those officers are generally armed. So he is somebody who has that level of protection. And it's expensive, because protecting one person round the clock needs rotating shifts of officers. They need time off. They need to be able to go home and have lives, as well as doing that job. And of course, it's a job that is quite difficult, and you need to be on your top of your game at all times. So they are rotated quite frequently. But clearly, all of this will have to be looked at.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. We're staying with London, and the Metropolitan Police have charged 3 people after an alleged arson attack destroyed 4 ambulances in Golders Green in the northwest of the capital. The vehicles belonging to a Jewish charity were set on fire last week. 20-year-old Hamza Iqbal and Rehan Khan, aged 19, both from Leighton, and a 17-year-old boy who can't be named because of his age, have each been charged with arson, with intent to damage property, and been reckless as to whether life would be endangered. The US-Israel war with Iran is into its 2nd month now, and there's increased attention on how much money America is spending on the conflict. Recently, the Trump administration signalled it would be requesting further funds, but there are increasing demands demands for greater transparency over how much the war is costing. Our analysis episode was actually present.
For the US, the war with Iran comes with a substantial bill. Lawmakers were told the first 6 days cost $11.3 billion. It's reported that early on, hundreds of Tomahawk missiles were used. These can cost around $3.5 million each. But with Iran defenses upgraded, some analysts believe the US is increasingly using bombs that cost much less. Also, the US says Iranian attacks have sharply reduced. There's independent analysis that back this up. Such reduction means using fewer resources to repel Iranian attacks. Costs may have come down. The US isn't providing precise numbers, but estimates can be made. The Centre for Strategic and International Studies is a widely respected defense think tank in Washington. Using no military activity, no weapons.
Yes, guys, welcome to my live, yeah?
They estimate that by day 12, the war was costing $385 million a day.
Goat meat soup, jerking some chicken, frying some chicken,
But is it unusual?
cooking some cargo at the moment.
Not far off $1 trillion a year.
Nah.
And the Trump administration's overall military budget is largely in line with previous administrations. But it's helpful to consider other wars involving the US. In March 2003, the US led an invasion of Iraq. In today's terms, the war and its build-up would cost an estimated $57 billion by September 2003. Or in 2001, the US invaded Afghanistan. By 2012, thousands of troops were deployed. With all the costs that come with that, it was the most expensive year of the war. In today's terms, costing $131 billion. Compare that with the Iran war. After 1 month, it may well have cost over $20 billion. One official under President George W. Bush told the BBC that the initial stages of this war involved a rate of spending that significantly exceeded Iraq and Afghanistan.
It's a different kind of warfare. There are no boots on the ground, but there are troops stationed all off the coast, very expensive in there, keep them there. There are very expensive weapons and missiles being used and destroyed every day. Very expensive.
And more funds are already being requested. The Pentagon is giving up to $200 billion. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says it takes money to kill bad guys. But as the bill for this war goes up, President Trump may need to persuade lawmakers and all Americans that this is money well spent.
Motoring organisations in the UK are predicting one of the busiest Easter weekends of the road. Petrol Retailers Association has reassured motorists there's no shortage of fuel and said people shouldn't panic buy despite rising costs driven by the war in the Middle East. Brought up by Tomlinson.
At a remote independent garage in the heart of the Peak District, the conflict in Iran is affecting day-to-day lives. Fuel pumps are shut in the village of Mulgrave because the cost price to small retailers makes it unprofitable on the forecourt.
If we would sell petrol now or supermarket now, we would have to charge, £1.80 a litre, and diesel would be about £2.20 a litre. Nobody's going to pay that.
It's the first time this family business has stopped selling fuel. It's been rationed in the past, but villagers have always had access to petrol and diesel. The conflict between the US, Israel and Iran is increasing wholesale energy prices, which the RAC says has led to a record monthly rise in the cost of fuel. It means drivers are searching for the cheapest way to fill up, which is often at supermarkets. Bulk buying drives down costs. In York, motorists were queuing on one forecourt, others were turned away as the pumps ran dry due to increased demand. Barnsley driving instructor Catherine is feeling nervous about the availability of fuel.
Yesterday I went to put fuel in the car and there was about 6 different petrol stations that were all completely out of fuel, which I think is possibly people panic buying.
It's going to be a busy time of year anyway, as people travelling over Easter. But overall, we've got supply. We get our fuel from a range of countries around the world, not just the Middle East, a lot from America, a lot from Norway. So the supply position at the moment is resilient. And I'll just ask motorists to stick to their normal buying routines.
There's no escaping the effects of escalating fuel prices. Back in the Peak District, an empty forecourt reflects the consequence of a war. Thousands
4 astronauts on board the Orion spacecraft are forging ahead on their lunar mission and are now halfway to the moon. NASA has released these stunning initial images taken from inside the capsule, including a full portrait of Earth featuring its deep blue oceans and billowing clouds. The astronauts gave an update on their mission after busy first few days. Let's take this.
Gosh, in our first day in space, we just saw some extraordinary things. The Earth up close, and then by the time we had a bit of a nap and got up, the Earth was just so far away again. And then to come in for that transit or ejection, we came all the way back to Earth again. We were out there at 60,000 kilometers. We came back to within 200 kilometers of the planet. And it just felt like we were falling out of the sky back to Earth. And I said to Reed, it feels like we're going to hit it. It's amazing that we're actually going to go around and miss this thing. This is so close. And so to take all of that in was really phenomenal. I don't know, what do you think? Jerry said, he just said it so well. It's so fun to watch you as a first-time flyer up here running circles around all us. You're doing a great job. But going from 38,000 miles above the Earth yesterday down to 100 miles above the Earth, and then Christina and Jeremy did our translator injection just 100 miles off the surface of the planet. We were screaming right above the clouds, and now here we are, well over 100,000 miles away from Earth, and closer to the moon than we are to the Earth now.
So, very interesting that we've taken some pictures. We are now at the halfway point to the moon, and we took some pictures earlier today, and then after putting them on the computer to look closer, we found a feature. You know, the Grand Canyon of the moon is called Oriental Basin, and we were able to see the entire thing. Stand by. We were able to see the entire thing, and so it's clear that we are not on Earth because that feature is not all visible from Earth. And so it's already special, the view that we have. And yes, the Earth is quite small, and the moon is definitely getting bigger.
And as far as things we're looking forward to seeing, of course, seeing Oriental on the far side of the moon, of course, up close would be extraordinary. But on this, because of this launch date, something that the scientists have added for us is we're going to see an eclipse of the sun behind the moon, which will be pretty neat, actually. And we can use that opportunity to look at some of the lunar regolith modeling, etc. So that's something that we hadn't been thinking we were going to be able to do, but because we launched on April 1st, the birthday of the Royal Canadian Air Force, always that in there, we're going to get to see that now, which is pretty neat. And I love the fact that science just is like, okay, well, that's what we're going to have now, and here's what you're going to do. And it's really cool to see that all come together.
What's the camaraderie been like with your fellow American astronauts? Have they teached you much about doing their own Canadian?
There is no way that we are ever teasing this man right here. Jeremy and I have known each other since 2009 when I got selected to NASA and he got selected to the Canadian Space Agency, so we've been great friends ever since. It's impossible not to be good friends with this guy, though. It's just his demeanor, his care for others, the way he goes about life, the way he cares about his family. We might joke around together, but we're not teasing him. And, Mike, anything to add to that?
Similar to our countries, physically, this crew is very close, and it's been tough to fun because we kind of figured, even though he's Canadian and first-time flyer, he's making a been doing great so far, so not a whole lot to make fun.
We're back here on Earth.
That's up now, yeah.
Stages, Ollie Foster had
Remind me how to do my live, yeah?
3 FA Cup quarter-finals today, one tomorrow. The first is actually just a couple of hours away. The Etihad Stadium, Manchester City taking on Liverpool. It's the first match for Mo Salah since he announced that he's going to be leaving Liverpool at the end of the season. He scored in the 2 previous rounds in his Brighton and Wolves. He's won every trophy in his 9 years at the club, 2 Premier League titles, both the FA Cup and League Cup in 2022. He's also won the Champions League and Club World Cup. He will go down as a Liverpool right.
What has happened after he announced it is what he completely deserves. His teammates, anyone, everywhere around the world that was asked about his legacy said the words that needed to be said. It's been unbelievable what he did for this club. For so many years, every 3 days, scoring the goals he did, having the assist, and the impact he had on this club, winning the trophies. I saw a beautiful photo of him in front of all the trophies he's won. individually and as a team. And I can only hope that he can add 2 extra trophies to it.
Well, Manchester City are looking to reach the FA Cup final for the 4th season in a row. Well, they have lost the past 2. City won the League Cup just before the international break, and if they get past Liverpool this afternoon, that will see them reach the FA Cup semis for an 8th year in a row.
It's unbelievable. So I don't know in English we got 1 team having 7 semi-finals in a row in this competition, like or 104 carnivals in a row, 4 penalties in a row. I'm so proud. I don't need to finish and talk about this. I'm to realize how incredible it is.
Well, Port Vale are propping up League One headed for relegation, but they're enjoying their best cup run in 72 years. They knocked out Premier League Sunderland in the last round to set up their meeting with Chelsea at Stamford Bridge this afternoon. A match you'll be able to watch on the BBC. Chelsea sprint past Wrexham to reach the quarters, and since then they've lost 4 matches in a row in all competitions.
We want to win. It's not about me. Stop setting up. It's not about me wanting to win. It's about this club being successful now and in the long term. And to do that, you have to go through difficult moments. You learn a lot about the characters in your group. And I'm talking about the characters not just in the playing staff, but the support staff, the coaching staff, myself. You have to go through these processes, this panel, to make sure you make good decisions moving forward.
Well, the last of today's quarter-finals, that's down on the south coast. Southampton playing Premier League leaders at Arsenal. The Saints.
Welcome, Sexy Moxie.
1-0 in the last round. They're one of the form sides in the Championship. They haven't lost a match since the middle of January, and they're pushing for the playoffs. So it could be tricky for Arsenal, whose last game was defeat in that League Cup final against City a fortnight ago. The Gunners' boss hopes that could motivate them.
You have the opportunity to win a final in Wembley, you have to get it done. So that has to stay there, and that's part of who you're going to be in the next few weeks, in the next few months, in the next few years, and learn from that and make sure that fire is still in that belly, remembering what happened.
Chef Das in the house, larger.
The BBC as well this evening. At the last of the quarters, that's tomorrow, Samantha. West Ham, Spraggabenz.
And the UK's first modern herd of bison, introduced in Kent 4 years ago, is already having a great impact on language and home, according to conservationists. The bison in lean woods have grazed down bracken and brambles, allowing more wildlife-rich habitat to develop. The project is part of a wider effort to reintroduce bison to the UK landscape. Peter is the Wilder Grazing Lead at Kent Wildlife Trust. She's going to speak to me on what is behind this project.
Yeah, wildlife has been using grazing animals to return species that are missing from our ecosystem for 15-20 years. Bison was the next logical step. They are the next person thing on from these big sheep that we've been using before. They graze and interact with the habitat in a different way to the other animals we had here before.
How long is it that we've had bison in this country?
So we were incredibly fortunate to work with a huge number of partners and the industry to get a huge dream fund grant, which was about realising somebody's dream. And our dream was to bring these guys into the UK, back into the UK. That started 5 years ago. We're celebrating that 5-year milestone. That's why we're kind of putting out the results that we've been finding from their 5 years now. The bison themselves have been here 4 years. Project started about 5 years ago. There's a lot of work has to happen behind the scenes to bring a whole new animal into the UK.
Yeah, these bison would have grown thousands of years ago, wouldn't they? When did they become extincted?
Oh, a very long time ago. And these specific bison that we brought are relatives of the ones. It's the same way that we use our cattle and our horses. They're relatives of animals that we've lost in the UK. The UK is one of the most native habitats in the world, which is really startling, I think. And we've lost so many of our big things that you can get into our wildlife spaces and move around and change them. And there's all of that mixing up of the habitats that create some spaces for small things. And the UK just doesn't have big things anymore, so we have to bring in these animals that are very similar to what we used to have to try and do that work.
So tell us a bit more about the work they've been doing and how they're changing the geography there.
So bison are the only animal, the only cattle species that have top and bottom front teeth, which means they can latch on
Me that will leave it for sitting in Chicago bed for the people and left them money for you sitting here. No problem, you know. Me that will leave them for one they down there for Chicago Bedford. I used them to carry them up here now, me not have none. And the people in travel and tell me who left it and left money for it. Them they were there in the back when I came up here, nothing to do them. I could have stayed there for me to go bed for that was the plan. No. Yeah. We throw the next one on it. The reason why I spoil is because of the hot, baby, and cool properly.
They are very much like cows. They might be a little bit wilder and a little bit more grumpy occasionally. But
no, that is not the point. We're not worried about that. I talk about me, I afford only when I don't carry a bed for me. Take them up and I tell me, say, no, carry them go on. I'm in here on a buckle and then we're not alright. We're not okay, you know. No stress, no, if we're going to make time when we're not have. Like people in travel and gone on cruise and tell me if we left it. Our sister, our cousin, or our Christmas, left the money for it.
Taking dozens of photos, edited them, and then uploaded that perfect shot to our social media feeds. For now, fast-paced instant gratification is a challenge.
You tell me, say, no, go on, we'll get back. No, me have to think, no, me have to work this out, no, me have this year do.
The wait for them to be processed. Now, Ellie Severly has been planning on that.
A lot of people are switching these. For these, an analog camera. Film photography has really taken off in recent years. In a world where we can get everything instantly, it almost looks and it's too easy. Jack and Hope started the film phase by developing and scanning company back in 2020, wanting to capture their passion and put it into their work.
Our kind of sort of 18 to 30, 35, so we're getting new students and
you want them in a buckle down there, I mean, if you go make no know that when I did that for me pick them up a morning and go about my business. That is it.
Old people who haven't shot film in 20 years but have refound their film camera and have confidence in their own. I want to get out and get But why are you putting back to a film role rather than...
You see I got lotion, yeah?
there's some romanticism
Eh?
nostalgia to every shot that you see.
Can you buy pumpkin for me, please, yeah? And the vanilla essence. So I want one piece of pumpkin. I have to make no whole. I want pumpkin seed as well.
And it's not just fun. Businesses and professional photographers often use film, where Alex Douglas and photographers are companies Michael Kuhn.
Michael's got like a real appreciation for film. He shoots himself, and yet one of them around the UK shooting really important film with this big premiere camera, which is totally not what you should be photographing concerts on.
And Michael's not the only musician promoting film. Now here's the big picture. It's not just in fashion, it's a growing global trend. With the film camera market value set to reach more than £203 million by 2030, that's up to £220 million in 2023. But is it accessible to everyone?
It is expensive. Just do your business and have fun with it. Yeah, also you can buy the old rubbish film and shoot that and buy some out-of-date stuff. Learn how to develop black and white stuff. Everything can be made cheap.
You know, you look back at those memories and you're not going to go, oh, that was, that was back home. Do you remember that moment? That was so great. You're really taking back living.
And just before we go, let's see who is the man from South Wales who has climbed the region's highest peak 15 times a week for
boil.
area of low pressure that's developing very quickly. But ahead of it, we've actually seen some sunshine. We'll keep some sun spell across southeast England and the Midlands. And the cloud
hear me?
responsible to it with not a bad day for England.
I say if it is boil.
Heavy rain moves into Northern Ireland and of course,
Yeah, if it boil, yeah.
here it will be known to be colder, and yes, some of that rain will be falling
I don't want to overcook it.
more significant snow perhaps for a time through the night. Blizzard-like conditions when you factor in the strength of that wind, as I say, gusts in excess of 80, possibly 90 miles an hour at a time. But it is going to sweep through at quite a pace, especially Easter Sunday, is looking very promising indeed. Some showers continue to move their way west to east, still reaching to higher ground. A cooler day for all, but some of you will escape the showers and continue to see today. Now, especially set to build the Easter Monday, looking very quiet indeed, and with the ice bars opening up, the winds will be a little lighter as well. So a relatively dry day for all of
Okay,
us.
can turn on. Oh. I'll try and go get the pumpkin on the signal. Oh. Put this on pause. Eh?
That's you eat, sleep, and breathe. You take care of your life.
Stop that. Let's just stop that. Stop that.
It is like a drug that you never get enough.
What if I trip home? Or what if I find myself and hurt myself?
It's right. Sometimes you can turn into a toxic man.
I was sleeping so irritated. Even if it was a spot, it's a bit like a very fun trip.
Really, that, you know, it's my dream since 8 years old.
What is the hardest competition to win? That would be drafting.
Watch on BBC Player. The wash of blue, that colour of nature, the seas, the sky, it's so immersive.
A lot of the things that I've had with it is unsatisfactory for me because it's not interested in psychologists, not interested in how people think or feel. I'm interested in people and the way they grow.
If you are fully in the moment, you're totally responding in the moment to everything that's happening. And when you're doing theatre, that can change night after night to live, living, breathing, active thing.
I suppose for the outside world, the most visible part of the London Film Festival is the red carpet. And this year it brought out some of the biggest names in the film industry.
I think there is too little architecture in this woman. We desperately need places that bring peace, that bring positivity.
Inspire arts and culture. Watch on iPlayer.
Listen. Once I finish frying the chicken, I'm going to stop the fire and come back. Drive a little bit by pumpkin seed and just come straight back.
Live from London, this is BBC News. American forces continue the search for a missing crew member after a US fighter jet was shot down over Iran. Tehran says it shot down the F-15 over the southwest of Iran, and state TV showed these images that it said were of the downed plane. In London, 5 police officers have been taken off duty after leaving a bag full of weapons outside the home of the city's mayor, Sadiq Khan. And the astronauts on NASA's Artemis 2 sent back stunning images of the Earth as their journey to the moon continues. They described how it felt to take the pictures from space.
We came back to within 200 kilometers of the planet, and it just felt like we were falling out of the sky back to Earth. I said to me, I feel like we're going to hit it.
US and Iranian forces are racing to find a missing American crew member of the F-15 warplane shot down over Iran. One crew member was rescued, but the other, a weapons systems officer, is still missing. Officials in Iran reported to be given a reward. Many of the foreign crew members are working
Very quick. The oil southwest of Iraq, Venezuela, said to be searching for the downed US crew. This footage was shared by an Iranian news agency. The owners have been promised a reward for capture. No one will attack crews. The searching of the US
US-Israeli attacks on Iran have continued. The International Atomic Energy Agency has said that it hasn't been informed by Iran about the projectile striking close to the Bushehr nuclear power plant. The agency said that one of the site's protection staff members was killed by projectile fragments, but a building on site was affected by shockwaves. No increase in radiation levels were reported. Israel has also confirmed it carried out an attack on a petrochemical site, injuring 5 people. Elsewhere, heavy explosions have been reported in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Fighter jets have also been heard in the sky. There have been Israeli strikes on the Lebanese capital, Beirut, and the southern city of Tyre, where buildings have been damaged, including a hospital. 11 people have been wounded. Iran has continued to fire missiles at Gulf states and other countries in the region. Iranian missiles hit residential areas in parts of central Israel in the early hours of Saturday. And an Iranian drone attack on the southern Iraqi city of Basra has sparked fire at an oil storage facility belonging to foreign oil companies. While Iran has continued its missile strikes on Israel, our correspondent Jill Grimstone injuries from Thomas.
Yeah, another Iranian strike, apparently a ballistic missile getting through Israeli air defences and hitting the central Israeli town of Nabrak, a mostly Orthodox town. We understand that one man was injured by shrapnel. In itself, not a very serious or heavy attack, this one, but just one in a string of salvos of Iranian ballistic missiles that have been fired from Iran over the previous few days, including over the Jewish-Israeli holiday of Passover, when many families were getting together to celebrate, normally a time of joy and celebration. There was a volley of Iranian ballistic missiles which injured more than a dozen people, some critically. So more strikes in the early hours of this morning. Another demonstration of the people of Israel here, even as President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are talking at a political level about a possible end to this conflict, that Iran is still capable, however badly degraded its military capacity and capability has been, it's clearly still capable of launching ballistic missiles and getting some of those through Israel's interceptors and wounding people on the ground here.
Yeah, Joel, meanwhile, Iran also continues to target its Gulf neighbours.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a continuation of sporadic strikes against Gulf states here. There was a water desalination plant hit in Kuwait, one of a couple of Iranian strikes which landed in Kuwait. We've seen damage in Abu Dhabi. So Iran is still capable, still launching drones and ballistic missiles both against Israel and against the Gulf states.
Yeah.
Israel, of course, is continuing its air campaign against Iran in conjunction with the US and hitting critical infrastructure. We're hearing just in the past couple of hours that a petrochemical hub in the south of Iran has been hit. Israel as well is continuing its campaign against Hezbollah in Lebanon, saying today that it has been hitting Hezbollah infrastructure. We've heard about heavy strikes in Beirut. And of course, Israel's military occupation in a big part of southern Lebanon continues. And that occupation of southern Lebanon looks set to continue for some time.
Well, earlier I spoke to Farhad Kawali, senior reporter at BBC Persian. He began by asking him how important it is for Iran's leadership to capture the missing officer.
It's extremely important because it's so important that Iranian state TV, the anchor, said that asked civilians to urge civilians to go and look for the U.S. airmen, and they're offering a price of, I think, £50,000 if anybody can find him. So, but if they manage to find him alive, that is going to be a huge price for the Iranian regime, because they're definitely going to use it as a propaganda tool. They're going to show that, and let's not forget that one time many years ago, they downed a U.S. drone, and they put it in a kind of exhibition, taking school kids there, singing next to it, so they were using it for years. And now if they can manage to arrest the U.S. airmen inside the country, that is going to be also a bargaining chip for Iran. Next to that, apart from the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to use it at a negotiating table to force Donald Trump to halt this war, or as they call it, the Israeli-American aggression. That is going to be a huge leverage for Iranians, definitely.
What's the latest what's happening inside Iran with the US and Israeli strikes? Because we understand that past 3 hours, a petrochemical plant has been hit, and also the IAEA warning also about a former strike near the Bushehr nuclear plant.
Exactly. So there are 6 different petrochemical sites that have been targeted in the past few hours. Nobody has been killed there, but this is the heart of Iran's petrochemical production, and also it's within the Khuzestan oil-rich province. This is the heart of Iran's oil and gas production and also export. So that is going to Iran's main revenue is coming from. So if those places are targeted, that shows that we are in the second phase of the war, and that is the war infrastructures, that Iranian infrastructures are getting targeted. And that can be extremely dangerous and that can change the way that Iranians perceive this war. Because at the beginning of the war, we said a lot that there are some Iranians who support this war, because it was happening after the nationwide protests where thousands of protesters were killed. But when these infrastructures are being targeted, many workers, simple Iranians that are working in these infrastructures, and that can have an impact on their day-to-day life. So the mood of the people and how they perceive this war can change a lot after such infrastructures are being targeted. And yesterday, there was this bridge that was also targeted in Karaj near Tehran.
What do we understand, Harm? I know it's really hard to get accurate information outside of Iran. What's happening internally with the regime? Are there any cracks appearing, do we know?
Not at all, not that we see it. Actually, it's the other way around. So before the war, yes, there were brutal crackdown of protesters, but what we see right now is the regime is becoming more and more radical. Today, 2 people were hanged in Iran. Yesterday, we had another protester who was hanged in Iran. So day by day, we hear the news of executions in Iran. And apart from that, we see the supporters of the regime on the streets everywhere, checkpoints, enforcing, and controlling people. There's no internet in the country. So if the war ends, will things go back to normal? We don't know that yet. But one of the important things is that Donald Trump said that help is on the way to support Iranian protesters so they can achieve what they wanted. However, what we see right now is the objective has changed from freeing Iranian people to opening up the Strait of Hormuz, the strait that was already open before this war took place.
Okay, Mark, stay with us. I just want to bring our viewers a couple of new lines just coming into us on this story by the Reuters news agency, which is reporting that Iran's foreign minister has said what we care about are terms of conclusive and lasting end to the illegal war that is imposed on us. And also this other line from the Iranian foreign minister, we have never refused to go to Islamabad for mediation talks. And some other lines coming in around the Strait of Hormuz saying that Iran has authorised the passage of vessels carrying essential goods to its ports through the Strait of Hormuz, according to a letter cited by Iran's Tasnim news agency. The letter indicates that the ships heading to Iranian ports, including those currently in the Gulf of Oman, must coordinate with authorities and comply with established protocols to transit the straits. So, Khan, let's just get your thoughts on both of those. We've got the shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz that we've talked about so much over the past 5 weeks. As you say, this has become the key issue, or certainly one of the key issues for President Trump, but also for Iran, that they have got the ability to close off this strait and only allow ships with oil in that they want to.
And they're planning to take some toll from those who want to transfer oil and any export that is taking place. So things, from the Iranian perspective, things have worked, very fine in their favor. Let me point out one thing. What you mentioned, Bushehr, there is a nuclear plant, power plants in the southern part of Iran by that Persian Gulf. This is really important. This is not the first time it's been targeted. Areas around it have been targeted 4 times. 1 person was killed today. Now the difference between this one and the significance of this one is that it has a radioactive material. It has reactors inside it. So it's very different from Natanz corridor that in the previous war the United States targeted, because those places, they contain centrifuges for enrichment. But there's a reactor in here, and if this place is targeted directly, there is a huge risk of contamination beyond the borders of Iraq, probably the entire region.
Now let's move on to the situation in Ukraine, because Russian drones have killed 5 people and injured 19 in an attack on a market area in the city of Nikopol in southern Ukraine. A fire broke out and shop fronts have been severely damaged. Nikopol, on the banks of the Dnieper River, is only a few kilometres away from Russian-occupied territory and does come under regular attack. An earthquake that hit Afghanistan has killed 12 people, including 8 members of the same family, according to local authorities. A 5.8 magnitude earthquake struck Afghanistan's Hindu Kush region, about 19 miles east of the city of Kunduz, at a depth of 110 miles. The family's home collapsed, lit on fire, killing everyone except a child thought to be around 2 years old. Their houses have been completely destroyed and 33 partially damaged. Afghanistan is frequently jolted by earthquakes, particularly along the Hindu Kush mountain range near where the Eurasian and Indian tectonic plates. 5 Metropolitan Police officers in London have been removed from frontline duties after a bag of firearms issued by the force was reportedly left outside the home of the Mayor of London, Sir Sadiq Khan. Scotland Yard says it believes the bag was misplaced and was found by a passerby. A spokesperson for the Mayor of London said this is a very serious incident which has been referred to the Met's Directorate of Professional Standards. Our correspondent John Simon says outside the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police, New Scotland Yard, gives the subject.
So Sadiq Khan lives in a residential area in South London, and earlier this week a neighbour found a black hole somewhere near his house, looked inside and found a bunch of guns. To be specific, Hector and Koch MP5 carbine. That's the type the Metropolitan Police use, because you can tell it's been changed so that it only fires single shots, not automatic. A Glock pistol, again, standard Metropolitan Police issue, 2 magazines, ammunition, and slightly strangely, a lighter with the word stoned on it. Now, this resident phoned the police, who came within 7 minutes to pick the bag up, and doorbell footage from that moment shows one of the officers looking into the bag and saying, "Oh my God." And clearly this is an extremely embarrassing situation for the Metropolitan Police. This is not something that should happen, of course. Now, Sir Sadiq Khan does have diplomatic protection, armed officers protect him, and it is possible that one of those officers left that bag on the ground and perhaps drove off. But as you said, 5 officers have been suspended while the Met look into all of this.
Yeah, the spokesperson for Sadiq Khan said this is a very serious incident which has been referred to the Met's Directorate of Professional Standards. I mean, it seems completely shocking and unfathomable, doesn't organised harm, something that if you saw in a film, you just wouldn't believe that a bag of weapons, including guns, could just be left lying around like this.
Absolutely, of course. Police officers are not routinely armed, but for those that are armed, the absolute golden rule is that their weapon stays on them, because they're loaded, stays on them at all times, to the extent that sometimes they can't actually get involved with physical altercations with suspects. They can't jump on them and hold them down because their gun might be taken off them. So this is an extremely serious situation. Anybody can have picked that bag of weapons up, and these are extremely powerful weapons, clearly. There was a taser in the bag as well. So the Met is urgently reviewing the circumstances under which they were left on the side of the road. And as you said, the Mayor's office is not impressed. It says the Met needs to make sure that this never happens again.
Yeah, and just tell us about the security for politicians in the UK, because Sadiq Khan is unusual for a politician, but he does have so much security. This is because of death threats against him.
Absolutely right. I mean, senior politicians, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor, the Northern Ireland Secretary has traditionally had police protection. So the very top members of government, but the diplomatic protection officers that work for the Metropolitan Police, it's a dedicated squad, they also protect people for which there is intelligence that they might be subjected to serious risk. And we understand that Sadiq Khan is in that category, which means that almost certainly his home is protected, that people go with him in public, follow him closely, and those officers are generally armed. So he is somebody who has that level of protection. And it's expensive, because protecting one person round the clock means rotating shifts of officers. They need time off. They need to be able to go out and have lives, as well as doing that job. But of course, it's a job that is quite difficult. So you need to be on your top of your game at all times. So they are rotated quite frequently. But clearly, all of this will have to be looked at.
The Metropolitan Police have charged 3 people after an arson attack destroyed 4 ambulances in Golders Green in northwest London. The vehicles, belonging to a Jewish charity, were set on fire last week. 20-year-old Hamza Iqbal and Rehan Khan, aged 19, both from Leighton, and a 17-year-old boy who can't be named because of his age, have each been charged with arson with intent to damage property and being reckless as to whether life would be endangered. Almost a quarter of female teachers say they have been subject to misogyny from pupils in schools in the past year, according to a survey by Teachers Union in the UK. An annual conference later today will see the union call for new behaviour management training in schools to deal with the impact of the manosphere. Kevin Guff has the story.
The manosphere is a loose network of online communities across social media and podcasts that claims to address men's struggles, but often promotes harmful advice and attitudes, particularly towards women. Last year, the hit drama series Adolescence explored how that could impact pupils. Now, teachers have told one of the country's biggest teaching unions that they're worried about the growing influence of the manosphere on pupils in their real-life classrooms.
We're seeing boys turning around saying, well, I don't need to know this, I don't need to learn how to cook a meal because it's a girl's job and I'll have someone to do that for me in the future. I don't need to learn about this kind of thing.
And the few gestures that are copying that are directly from the manosphere and just definitely got worse in the last 10 years. Noticeably in the last 5 years. And we're getting more and more reports about it.
Teaching union MESWWT surveyed nearly 5,000 teachers ahead of its conference this weekend. Nearly a quarter of female teachers who responded have experienced misogyny in the classroom in the last year, the highest proportion in 4 years. The union wants to see more training for teachers in how to tackle this.
We need a consistent approach in the classroom so that when incidents are identified, that teachers are supported, teachers are provided with training on how to tackle incidents, but then they have the support of the school leaders to make sure that such incidents are very clearly not acceptable.
The government says they're committed to halving violence against women and girls and have updated guidance for teachers on recognising misogyny. They're also currently consulting on whether or not to ban social media for under 16s. But teachers say the solution to misogyny also needs to lie outside the classroom, from parents, government and tech firms too. Kate McGough,
BBC News. Now, NASA says the astronauts on board the Orion spacecraft are more than halfway to the moon. The crew of the Artemis 2 mission is due to pass around the far side of the moon on Monday. It's the first time humans have left Earth's orbit since 1972. Agencies share the first high-resolution images of the Earth taken by the crew as part of Coast reports from the Kennedy Space Center. Didn't know if that was me or you then.
These spectacular photos will take from the crew of Artemis 2 as they continue on their trip around a different celestial body. For now, the moon is just a small circle in the distance. Each passing hour, 4 astronauts on board Artemis 2's Orion capsule are lurking closer towards it. After the drama of Thursday's launch from the Kennedy Space Center, trying to do an injection burn, which fired them out of Earth's orbit. The crew, now on a trajectory that will be well, will swing them around the moon's far side early next week, giving them a chance to see parts of the lunar surface in more detail than humans before them.
We will be left 4 degrees.
Going from 38,000 miles above the Earth yesterday down to 100 miles above the Earth, and then Christina and Jeremy did our translator injection just 100 miles off the surface of the planet. We were screaming right above the clouds, and now here we are, well over 100,000 miles away from Earth, and closer to the moon than we are to the Earth right now.
The stakes couldn't be higher here at the Kennedy Space Center. NASA has set itself the goal of sending astronauts to the lunar surface by 2028. That's an ambitious target. The performance of the Orion spacecraft and crew will give the clearest indication yet as to whether that's really achievable. Barring minor technical issues early on, Artemis has so far remained on track, with Orion set to get close enough to the moon tomorrow that its gravitational pull will be stronger than the Orion capsule than the Earth's.
Thank you to all participants.
And for the moment, attention is focused on the big day on Monday. The astronauts finally arrive at the moon. Goes BBC News, Cape Canaveral.
Now, many things are increasing in price these days, and as we are now in Easter, it's going to become clear to many of us that the surging price of chocolate is one of them. Across the European Union, the cost of chocolate has risen by 18% in the past year alone. That's the highest price increase of any single food item. Expert in agricultural commodities, Jonathan Parkman, has been giving me his analysis of why the price of cocoa we see on our shelves remains so high.
The difference between cocoa and cacao is nothing. They're the same thing, it's just a different pronunciation of the same word. There was a severe shortage, particularly in West Africa a couple of years ago, which was driven by weather and disease, and that created a global shortage. We've recovered from that now. In fact, we're in a glut. Now, you wouldn't know that if you went into a supermarket at the moment and looked at chocolate prices, and that's because the manufacturers set their inventory prices about 6 or 7 months ago. And so really we're looking at prices from 6 or 7 months ago in the shops at the moment.
Now, the UK's first modern herd of bison, introduced in Kent 4 years ago, is already having a great impact on their woodland home, according to conservationists. The bison in Blean Woods have grazed down bracken and brambles, allowing a more wildlife-rich habitat to develop. The project is part of a wider effort to reintroduce bison to the UK landscape. King Charles has personally approved the design for a garden at this year's Chelsea Flower Show. It's called the Curiosity Garden. The space has been designed by Francis Topmill in conjunction with the Royal Horticultural Society and the Monarch Sustainability Charity. The King's Foundation ambassadors David Beckham and TV gardener Alan Titchmarsh also had some input. Trainees and apprentices from the King's High Grove residents of Gloucestershire have been involved in constructing the garden. That's it from me for the moment. Do stay with us here on BBC News. Headlines are coming up next.
Hello there. A quiet start to our Easter weekend, but the weather will quickly deteriorate into the afternoon. A storm day is set to arrive, impacting Scotland and Northern Ireland But it is going to sweep through at quite a pace, and actually Easter Sunday is looking very promising indeed. Some showers continuing to move their way west to east, still wintry to higher ground, a cooler day for all, but some of you will escape the showers and continue to see some sunshine for much of the day. Now, high pressure is set to build for Easter Monday, keeping things very quiet indeed, and with the ice bars opening up, the winds will be a little lighter as well. So a relatively dry day for all of us, some sunshine.
Julian Barnes has scaled the heights of literary greatness, with works including Progress Parrot and the Booker Prize winning Sense of an Ending. Author of 14 novels translated into 50 languages. Now he's written his last one. Join me, Casey Bassett, Julian Barnes, Beyond the Page on BBC News. We're getting a primer on how to call President Trump for an interview from a journalist who did exactly that.
First, you've got to get his phone number, which is apparently not impossible, and then there's what's the best strategy for the best chance of being picked up.
It's all on the media show on BBC News.
Here in the US, pressure is continuing to mount on President Donald Trump to explain his reasons for launching strikes on Iran, and crucially, to say how he plans to end the war. As the casualty count rises, oil prices spike. Join me, Katrina Perry, here in Washington, with the latest here on BBC News.
For me, trust is about presence.
About fostering relationships all around the world over years. It's about patience, not rushing to be the first,
But striving to get it right.
to get to the truth. We can't just ask the questions.
We have to question the answers. Debate, debate. We have to create a space whose voices are heard
And challenge.
we find.
Is Briggs alive?
And your trust. And we never take it for granted.
Where is he?
We capture the story.
Check the story.
Break the story.
We explore the story.
So we can have us to tell us. Let's be honest, politics can feel a bit scripted sometimes, even rehearsed. But not here. On Politics Live, it's real conversations with politicians, commentators, and campaigners. Now your voice will help shape the debate. Whether it's the NHS, immigration, or the cost of living, it's unfiltered discussion about the things that matter to you. So join me, Vicky Young, on Politics Live. Watch on BBC iPlayer. This is BBC News headlines. Iran and the US are racing to find a missing crew member of the downed American fighter jet. Tehran says it shot the plane down over the southwest of the country yesterday. The soldiers are now combing the area. In London, 5 police officers have been taken off duty after leaving a bag full of weapons outside the home of the city's mayor, Steve Palmer. The bag was discovered by a member of the public. Astronauts NASA's Artemis 2 sent back stunning images of the Earth. The journey to the moon continues. The mission is expected to reach its destination, loop around the moon, and return home within a week. And we take a look at how a herd of bison introduced to Kent 4 years ago helped efforts to regenerate woodlands and develop a much more wildlife-rich habitat. Those are the headlines here on BBC News. BBC News, a global, topical, weekly show that lifts the hood of the entertainment and news business, exploring companies and personalities who command our attention and how our perception of the world is shaped by them. The Media Show.
Hello, I'm Ross Atkins.
And I'm Piers Mansell, and this week on The Media Show, we're talking to the reporter who says AI is helping him write more than 60 lines a year.
We'll look at the fallout from Meta and Google after a report found they make their apps intentionally predictable.
A bit of news from Silicon Valley on that, and one formidable who now regrets his role for building the technology.
Artificial intelligence and its role in the future of journalism is something we've discussed many times here on the show. We've looked at how some newsrooms are already using AI to write code.
This statistic neglected businesses and Fortune magazine. AI is helping them produce over 600 stories a year. We guest on this with Jane Martinson. She writes for The Guardian and teaches the next generation of journalists in her role at City University of London. Max Goldman is from Deadline magazine, but our first guest is Nick Lichtenberg himself. Nick, welcome to the programme. Now, a Wall Street Journal profile of you says you wrote more stories in 6 months than any of your colleagues at Fortune did in a year. And for example, on one round on Wednesday, you wrote 7 articles, all assisted by AI. Why are you working in this way?
Why am I working in this way? Well, to be honest with you, that's a big question. I think there was a bit of fate. I found myself in this situation where this opportunity was in front of me. I felt I had the right experience for it, and the tools were developed enough for me to dive in, and I was given what I've heard other leadership experts say is a bit of a sandbox to experiment in, and I have a high moved that algorithm. So it's been an experiment that I've been given a lot of trust to dive into.
I'm going to ask you about your process, but I'm interested in how much effort is it to write 7 articles in a day? Because it sounds like quite a lot. So without AI really helping, or is it just as stressful as it sounds?
Yeah, I would say, so I found myself covering more and more with the use of AI itself. Very meta development here, but Harvard Business Review has covered this. They say that people like me who are using AI a lot every day develop a sort of brain fat, and sometimes we need to block out hours to dive into AI and then more of what we consider like old school work for another part of the day, because I find I'm working extremely hard and my brain gets tired for all of the critical thinking skills that I have to activate to make the right decision, because like I told you last week, I think these things are sports players, and I've been a news editor for 20 years, and I know how quickly you can crash, even working with human reporting systems. So, yeah, very fast, I would say.
Hi Nick, it's Ross here in the studio with Casey. I like that phrase, news metabolism. We've got to be thinking about what are news metabolism. It's probably high but not as high as yours maybe. And what are the risks? You talked about it being like a fast car and there being a chance that you could crash. How do you avoid crash, and how do you avoid mistakes when you're generating this much content in a working day?
Yeah, I think it goes back to journalism fundamentals, and I've worked in this business for a long time, and I've worked with a lot of reporters and editors, and in some ways it reminds me, I worked at a company called Merger Market about a decade ago, or a Financial Times group, and I worked with a big political newsroom, people from filing stores from China, people filing stores from Italy, Brazil, and I was a sub-editor, a content editor, and I had to be sensitive to English as a second language business reporting and catching things that could slip through. And I know it's a little bit working with AI similarly, where you have to have a paranoia about fact-checking any possible hallucination or wrong information to sort of be certain.
So you have to watch out for that. Just take us through then producing an article with AI. What are the steps from thinking about having an idea all the way to being published?
Yeah, I think I'm going to let the Wall Street Journal profile speak for itself on most of that. We don't want to get too much about how the sausage is made. But I would say that...
Well, we're pretty interested in the media show. That's why the program exists. People are interested to hear how you do it.
And most people listening won't have read the Wall Street Journal, so you might have to explain.
It's very hard to because 600 plus stories under my byline to go through. I know that AI plays some role, and the particular breaking news story, like when Disney CEO Josh Tomorrow stepped into the job, but then it could be a long-term, 2,000-word feature with multiple sources who talk to me, where sometimes I could feed them into AI and say, help me outline this story based on all the interviews that I've done. And so we use lots of different
That is
say
that.
it's very different from the kind
Not
of
so
thing
much.
that you know, journalism, sort of walking up and down the street, interviewing people and trying to find things out that way. Are you worried that it could lead to less original journalism or fewer scoops, or do you think it frees you up in a way to produce fresh angles? How do you see it?
Yeah, I agree with that too. I could push back on that, I suppose, more, but I really look at the data journalist a lot, and corporate finance kind of jargon is my wheelhouse, and so it has freed me up to do a lot more original reporting and talk to a lot more people, and I think that it's helping produce stories that wouldn't have existed otherwise. So I choose to focus on that side of it.
And Nick, before we let you go, you mentioned the profile of the Wall Street Journal. I saw it being shared and shared and shared on social media. You've got an awful lot of attention. What's that attention been like? Because of course some journalists, some people in the media are deeply sceptical about the benefits of AI. Have you been on the receiving end of some criticism?
Yeah, for sure I have. It's a bit strange. I was a business insider during the pandemic, and I wrote an essay when I moved out of New York City. I was living in my parents' house in Pennsylvania, and that went kind of viral, so it's not my first brush with this thing, but I understand that people have opinions about this subject. I do know what it speaks for itself, and for people to go and check it out. If you like it, ultimately, I think the story is the thing, and for years, I responded to fully quote-unquote human things that I've done, and I responded to AI-assisted things that I've done. And I'm in there my information is accurate, but we just didn't do it better for years.
Thanks for talking to us, Nick. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's take Wittenberg. Business editor at Fortune, as Nick says, if you want to see his work, produced with AI sometimes, not always, you can go on Fortune.
Well, let's bring Jane Martinson and Max Goldberg in to talk about that. Max, you're at Gemini. Do you use AI for your articles?
I do think there's some use, isn't there? Like clearly programs like that can continue that you can find a way to report and then we get to the key summaries or something like that. There's good help people with some families and search engine optimization that's really my concern always, I am skeptical, my concern always is around jobs. Really. There is a period where it felt like AI could be used more for good than negative in journalism when tools for leading and jobs were remaining. I don't think we're really there will be an increase in lives in this
I do remember we had a journalist from London who said that struck me the main thing because he talked about how active the outcomes of AI to configure fast and get these people to succeed. So obviously, we know that users are using it. Jane, what about when you're talking to your students about AI? You're teaching people to be journalists. Well, what do you teach them?
Actually, financial problems as well. It's really interesting what Nick said about Business Insider and now the Journal. I think there are real benefits, as Matt said. I think when it comes to deep investigations, getting big research files like the Epstein files and more. I think the key thing, and I'm sort of really trying to think more doing this experiment, the idea of doing this and bashing out centuries a day, really something like that. But
you're glad you're not writing quite as many articles as you used to.
But I actually do have to be careful. So we have to be, make sure the checks and balances themselves are really that you're using on interviews. So my students, I've got a couple of demonstrations, Greenberg every year, they are using AI, but they have to do that with interviews and importantly on the ground reporting. Because we all know AI is it's like the internet. But what we have to know now, which we did 20 years ago or 25 years ago on the internet, is how to make sure the checks and balances are right. And we really have to get this out of AI because it's so much more powerful. So to me, we know it's cheaper and faster and enables us to do things that we can't as a human being do every day. However, we have to make sure it's better. Not just better, like doing that about the job we have, but actually better. And that's really important because otherwise we are just filling up
Wasn't there something else, Max, that Nick said there, which is that his audience will sometimes respond to something he's written himself on his own, and sometimes respond very well to something he's written himself on AI. And perhaps people who consume journalism are not as preoccupied with whether AI has been built in
Hello, sis.
Yeah, I agree with that. I completely agree with that. I think that
Yeah.
and stuff. There's no idea that AI can assist in very speedy journalism. We use the example of a new article about a new Disney TV that you put out very quickly. And that frees a journalist up to spend more time on the phone, stick to the
Man, but you can't just call my man and say, yo, you come soon, come on. Yeah, it's simple.
That goes into the is used on the other side of things.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much
Yep. No problem. No problem. No problem.
The way in which it's presented, I would still say that the reading presentations and the team is stronger than
There have been two landmark court cases in the past week over the relationship between tech companies and children.
In Los Angeles, a 20-year-old woman was awarded $6 million in damages after jurors decided that Meta and Google intentionally made their platforms addictive and it harmed her mental health whilst growing up.
Then, in New Mexico, in another case, Meta was able to pay $375 million for listening to users who were safely exposed to children. Meta says it intends to appeal. The BBC's North American tech correspondent Lily Malley brought us Spraggabenz.
These rulings are significant because I think there's been a long period of time when parents and advocates have been clamoring for some kind of change, something to be done. Here in the U.S., there's a sense that the U.S. Congress has pretty much abdicated its role in regulating social media. And here you have juries of everyday Americans, one in Los Angeles and one in New Mexico, people who are not deeply familiar with these issues but are sitting through week after week of testimony and looking at internal documents and coming to the conclusion that something needs to be done, that there should be some kind of payment that these companies have to dole out in order to make amends for some of the ills that they've caused.
And if we talk, Lily, about the Meta and YouTube case, you were reporting from the court in Los Angeles. What was it like? And I'm interested in whether YouTube and Meta were keen to talk to the media at all, to get into media in the way.
Yeah, I was there in Los Angeles periodically over the 6 weeks that the social media addiction trial took place. I do think that by and large, the companies were fairly communicative about, even before the trial, sort of what their strategies might be. And, it became pretty clear early on that one of the things they were going to have to do to defend themselves was to go after, to some extent, the character of the plaintiff in this case, this 20-year-old woman from California who alleged that social media addiction led to mental health impacts on her, leading to things like depression and anxiety, body dysmorphia, and so forth. I think when we saw it play out in the court, it didn't feel like character assassination necessarily, but certainly her family background, the fact that she had issues with her mom, her father had left the household and she had difficulty in school. These are things that Meta did bring forth in the case, and ultimately I don't think that approach necessarily sat well with the jury in this case. But, agreed along with YouTube, but it is sort of a breakdown where Meta is responsible for 70% of the damages. YouTube is responsible for 30% in that case.
And I'm interested in the reaction that's there. Is there a sort of feeling of bullishness, they will appeal, they will win and move on with nothing to see here? Or is there a fear that this is the beginning of much more of a
My sense for a lot of insiders in Silicon Valley is that there's genuine surprise at this time. For one thing, talking person to person with some of these folks, there's this sudden realization that maybe the way that they see themselves is not the way the public views them. And I've also seen reactions from, people in these companies feeling like they need to
We have to understand that the entire system, not just any particular feature, is designed to maximize the engagement, which is to say the whole thing is meant to keep you coming back. So in 2006, before social media, we had organized infinite scrolling, the thing that I can keep scrolling and reach the bottom. And what I learned from it is that I created with good intentions that would help people, just like finding more content that searches or logs, that my good intentions would get eaten by something. This is the general rule.
So, I'm going to fish soup, eh? That's my name, dash of the fish soup.
Because I've never stayed before, I'm not quite sure what to use.
Using a sponge is a great way to reduce the chance of any drips. Check his living room under the stone and smooth even Unlike paint, stones penetrate wood, while still allowing the natural way to shine through.
I am so pleased with how this has turned out. I'm going to leave it to dry, and then I'll go with the second coat, and I'll have a look at some papers for the top.
Setting the sides
Now, I'll put some on it.
Eh?
I'll put some on it.
No, no. Rice now.
She is planning any structural changes on this one.
Actually, I was really working well on all the hardware, all the hinges. Great.
Instead, she's hoping her homemade cleaning concoction will revive the wood and get the trolley looking good out to summer.
And this is all original, all these hinges,
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see the flathead screws, all original. Just
Trolley's cleaning out nicely, going with the stain on the side table now dry. It's time for some pack.
Okay, before I make a decision cut, I'm going to go in with the second stain. Leave it to dry, and then cut away.
Call the wife. Well, call him and say, we are not. She call him and not get my son, she have to call. She says, oh, you won't call me now. No, to the Lord.
First things first, I just need to break it down. Needs to salvage as much usable wood as possible. don't forget, we've also promised Jackie a table.
You know, to the winner for the shares is quite a bit left, but it is definitely some ridiculous because there's going to be some issues making the table on all this.
Bruce thought this parlour room would be a dream upcycling project, but will the reality of turning it into functioning furniture prove to be a nightmare? In London, Jackie is putting the finishing touches to the trolley and side table.
I think just enough. They look good.
When she found the trolley and side table were about to be skipped after years of use, but Jackie thought the 60s duo could live on, and now they've been lovingly refreshed and ready to be enjoyed again. The side table has been given a modern monochromatic overhaul, with Jackie's choice of jet black stain transforming the wood with a crisp new look. On top, she's opted for geometric patterned paper, which been lacquered to protect against any spills. For the drinks trolley, Jackie's cleaned, oiled and polished her heart out to try and revitalise the wood and make the hardware really shine. And she's added a set of geometric patterned coasters and lined a removable tray on the bottom of the trolley in the same paper to try and tie the two items together, but as she done not to send both pieces off to new parts.
I haven't made any drastic changes to these two items, but what I have done, I think is just enough to give them that rejuvenated feel. They're both really beautiful. I'm so pleased with them. And what I'm going to do is take some photos and hopefully let them know.
When Jackie met Ian at the recycling centre,
oh, this looks very nice.
his side table and trolley caught her eye.
I've actually belonged to my mother-in-law years ago, and unfortunately she died a few months ago. It was just a few months ago, so we're in the process of clearing their house, getting it ready for sale.
Jackie saw their potential.
I don't know if you paid this, but it was like 1960, in the 60s, maybe something like that.
So took them on, and Ian had some ideas of what she could do.
Hopefully they can use all that to its advantage, whether it becomes a different piece of furniture, or else it would be great to see something going really fun out, I guess.
Well, Ian, one's been restored and one's been revamped. And after pictures were shared online, both the table and the trolley were sold to a vintage shop in Halifax. And our is delighted with it.
In the vintage shop, there's a roof layer that feels like that, and the table's amazing. And I love the fact that they got together and both of them were to sell them together.
Jackie was in Aylesbury to show Ian the results and to pass on the profits.
It's nice to see you too. When I met you, you were quite busy throwing away a number of things, but there were two things in particular that I was drawn to. Did you ever wonder what I might have done with them?
Yeah, absolutely, because I think I was happy, but I was trying to use it to something really interesting thing.
Well, I've got some pictures to show you because it was just something that I worked on, so I really liked everything about them. And so you will recognise it, of course. So just really cleaned it up and gave it some nourishment. The little table, cleaned it all up and stained it.
I think they're brilliant. I know you would be absolutely delighted to carry on that.
So that's so nice.
Yeah.
And actually, they were sold, so I've got some profit for you. I have £75 for Izzy's.
Thank you so much.
That's a pleasure. What might you do with that?
What I'd like to do is actually give that to the charity that you can.
This is not
Jackie's costs came to £35. The side table and trolley was sold for £110, meaning Ian has a profit of £75 that he's going to donate to charity in memory of his mother-in-law, which is
definitely seen better days, but he promised me sleek chairs and a gorgeous little table.
Oh,
I'm really hoping that my concern is there enough wood?
The weathered outdoor furniture seen its last summer and is about to be the skin. Thanks to Bruce. The wall will be installed as a pair of luxury lounges. Bruce used the original teak slats to create the seat and backrests. And the new chair's frames have been made from hard-wearing Iroko timber. The wood has been sanded back to a natural blonde finish, and Bruce has ensured these seats are safe to use both indoors and out, and rain and shine. He's bringing all the girls to nail their urban life design. He's just a little disappointed there isn't a matching floor.
Jackie! Wow! You have been seriously busy. I am super impressed.
I know it comes to a table, but there was so much broken wood by the time I started doing it that I just had 2 chairs.
Do you know, I didn't even actually think about the table when I walked in. That's all. I didn't know it was so good.
Actually, it's not for you. I have a bit of teak oil for you for free that I'm going to give with you, so whoever buys them can oil and not oil. It's up to them, and also they maintain them if they want to.
I kind of like those sort of bed, but I know what you mean. Just to protect them.
And they just wage.
I can't wait to get these picked up and get them online and get them sold. And don't forget to add in that $10.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, thank you. Love to see you. Take care. Bye.
Jack was really happy. The smile on her face, especially when she sat down, she realized how comfortable they were. She didn't get a table, but she got 2 beautiful chairs, a big smile, and I'm happy I was able to do that for her.
When Jackie met Sarah,
Wow, this looks like a very full and packed car boot.
she wanted to know more about her garden furniture.
So how long have you had these for then, Sarah?
This not very long, I'd say about 3 or 4 years.
3 years.
These along probably about 10 years.
It's easy to hardwood, yeah.
Yeah.
So it could be like the tea.
I think it is too.
Jackie took on the lot, and Sarah was thrilled.
Gosh, I've got no idea what she's going to look into it, but it's exciting to think that it'll be something completely, unique and that somebody else can use it, so I can't wait.
Well, Sarah, lots of people will be able to use them now, as once the chairs were advertised, they were sold to holiday accommodation on your Isle of Skye. Maggie thinks they're a perfect addition.
They're better because the wood is exactly the same as the panel that we have in the accommodation, and also the angle of the chairs makes them look very laid back and natural.
Jackie's in High Wycombe to show Sarah how her outdoor furniture has been transformed and to pass on some cash.
Hi, Sarah! How are you?
Yes, how are you?
Yeah, really well. Nice to see you.
It's really lovely to see you again.
When we met, you were really busy because you were doing some clearing out. Were you renovating?
Yeah, that's why we were basically at the recycling centre taking in all the stuff from this renovation.
And did you ever wonder what I might have done with it?
Oh my goodness, we just couldn't imagine what you could have made with it.
Yes.
So I can't wait to find out.
That's a big matter.
No.
Because it was something I didn't work on. I gave it to a fantastic woodworker called Bruce, and I've got some photos for you, Sarah.
That's the stuff.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. You never know. Gosh, he's clever.
He really is, actually. He really is.
I'll buy those.
Well, you can't. Sorry. Because it was sold, actually, to a boutique self-catering company in the Isle of Skye. So I've got £100 for your old set there.
That's amazing.
And so what might you do with that money?
We've got our charities, and we
So maybe we'll do a bit of both kind of thing. Yeah. That's our last job, is building the wardrobe. And what's your charity? Probably Catsby's actually, plus mums and dads and, you know, have great long lives. Yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure. And I should let Bruce know. Thank you. To catch up with you, Sarah. It's nice to see you again. You take care. Bye. Bye. I'm so happy that Sarah loved what Bruce did with her old garden furniture. And it's brilliant that there's money going towards DIY and charity.
Bruce created 2 new lounge chairs for £500. They were sold for £600, meaning Sarah has a profit of £100 that she's going to donate to a cancer charity. Jackie stopped 2 things from hitting the skips. The outdoor furniture has been completely reimagined and sold to stylish lounge chairs. And the old trolley and side table have been refreshed and will now be cherished in new homes.
Old items that were about to be lost forever have been lovingly reworked and are often new homes. Plus, there's some money made over the way too. And if you'd like to see more episodes of One for Nothing, then you can just head over to the Inside Player right now.
Well, if chocolate isn't the only thing filling up your house at the moment, Stacey's here to sort your life out on iPlayer. And if you have a question about my one-minute will have the answer put into the Martin Lewis podcast on BBC Stats.
I just want to talk about something that's really close to my heart.
What do you mean? I was pretty myself.
Yeah, I was too. Don't forget about me.
Personality.
Llama por la Well, so Grunty said, he has something to John Graham, I said, but I said, well, my dad, he said, probably the same something. When I said, I'm ring him, I said, I don't know, call him, I ask what I'm calling.
That was the same thing, yeah. John got every day. Must have seen something.
I said, I put that ring, you know, I'm ring. So I'll be upon him, yeah.
No.
alarm early this morning. My man in the shop, and I walk past the car.
They're calling from my and answering phone. Sarah some chicken.
Some wings they should have still. Says if it's even some wings they should have.
Let's go buy something. I want to know something supposed to cheap over there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Why we have a store then?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, man. All the marketplace, them money, that man will go buy and come sell back to these man. That's where they go. Like some of them man, them have their own van and then just go. Like 12 o'clock to open at night.
Okay, so let's go over there and then.
Yeah. All the meat market same way, so you know. Yeah, but on the side of the one there, the one there. Okay. Some new price. Same way, man. Just like how you have a fish market.
Okay. Man City kill Liverpool at 4 goals and score. 4 goals. Liverpool dead. Well, I'm see it about 4 of them gone now. I'm sure about 4 of them gone now. Come and watch a game and I shop a sort out something, you see? Yesterday I saw I'm sorry some of some
Use that for now and then after.
I say use that for now?
Yeah. Some good rest after. Get some wings.
Huh?
Can you get some wings?
That's not
We do them. We do them. Get them new. Get around carrots.
wings alone, eh?
Yeah.
I call my man. I call my man. I'm not on phone. So to me, I can talk about. No, that's why. I call him. No. Another shop? Another shop? There's no car from one from the hospital. I mean, mix one, eh? Mix one, yeah. chicken and chicken sitting on Lucia, I say, McDonald's, do I?
Chicken.
McDonald's.
No, eat it and come and see. So then when they go to gym twice a day, they put the work off and system.
Work off, true.
Put the build muscle, you know. You feel like build muscle, so you have to eat to build muscle.
I'm going to take away something, yeah?
Steroid.
Yeah. One. see them. See them right on the book. See there's someone on the deep one. Say Steve, catch on yesterday, it's stuff. Okay. That's the right one. He said, yo. Facts? Facts. Oh.
different matches. Different matches.
Very much less than that. You don't use this one?
No, no, I use it.
Huh?
I use the black one.
Okay. Are you on this one?
Yeah, that's a fish.
Give me a small fish.
Eh?
You're going to give me a small, let's have them on that.
Yeah.
So mix them. You can give me the small one then. See me? Instead of focusing. You crowd them in the one. You see what I'm saying? And if I look at them more.
Oh, yeah, the boss.
Yeah.
You look good, man.
Yeah. That's the rest of the nation. Good. What more man tell us? Okay, if I'm that, 6 feet. Outside scores, but I want red and I black.
Eh?
Which side score then?
What size call?
I'm saying that which side score. I'm not saying which side score.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, okay, what did I score?
Hello. You right? Yeah?
I'm
Alright.
good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, Jesus. Evans, what time you watch boxing?
If may have a chance.
Tonight they got a big fight with Chisora
Yeah.
and
Wilder.
Well, yeah, I see it on Netflix. So
Should be a good fight.
Yeah.
What's cooking today? A big pot of soup.
Yeah, soup, very good. Rice and gungo. Fish, salmon in a coconut cream juice.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We'll cook that here. Well, your palate gets so rich, but salmon and coconut.
No, I always eat it out. You know, every day. Do it all the time. Eat most of on a Monday, Tuesday, but you holiday and a fish there. So, just, yeah.
What's happened to Shauna? She not been in?
You know, so two share the man enough for the man and can't agree. Got enough time with the leave here and gone, but share the man in attack. I'm out now in the filter. Stop. Push up. If you're around and you realize things, so the start to see most of the man and never talk. Sometimes you have to know to talk as a woman, because man not going to respect. Man not going to talk to you just like how me talk to Spragga and talk to Spragga. See what I'm saying? She don't really come that after like it, right?
But why she have to behave that way? Because when she's ready to talk proper, she can.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I know that. Swear to God, I don't know. That's life. Don't get me wrong, a very nice person.
I don't know, we got talking and we exchanged numbers and I shouted her out, but she sounded very low and depressed.
What's me?
Huh?
What's me?
Oh. I don't know.
Always like that.
Is she bipolarish kind of?
Go through a problem, you know, and I get tired of that. It's not so
Her son behave bad? Huh?
That's under prison, you know what I mean? So you get to her. But I one thing I can't tell anybody, and I will tell you, I tell Spragga, none of the problem with the God of my one. Because everybody have a problem. Me not got to come a problem for you know.
And if you want people to support you, then you have to come right, innit?
Simple.
How long the son doing?
You know something no? You don't know.
For drugs?
No. For drugs, you know more better. Gun thing.
A what?
Gun.
Oh. So automatically a 5 years
No,
then?
no, it's actually attack. There, you know, Spragga no longer sing it.
Eh?
You no longer sing it?
Yeah, you know, something.
No. I mean, the long time now, and we get sentenced. I'm supposed to get sentenced. As in the long jail room.
Yeah, one of them come out with license.
Tag.
Yes, and still go back with gun again. So.
You have a drug problem?
First time I was knife.
First time I was knife. And then come out. And then I went now, gun this time.
And run and find knife where you run from, so and get live.
So him sound like him is a follower, not a leader.
He's a follower. He's a local youth.
Yes.
He's a local youth. I'm sure in the past 25. 100% sure in the past 25.
Well, I feel that for her, because that, you know, no parent want to know, so them child in a jailhouse, but if you can't hear, you have to what?
Fucking
feel.
Tell my son and I come here and I talk to him and I'm Mr. Badman in the America last one. In the year, last week, You go some police when I'm like conversation, my sister called me. So I said, no worry yourself, man. Just tell him to send him back up my mother yard. So I call him there and I say, yo, if I go to prison, I'm not going to look for you. I don't want you dead now, but go jail. You're not going to see my face. You have to say, respect your grandmother, your grandfather, your auntie. I have 15, my brother. Be a leader and be a follower in the bad man. So that's the truth. So if I was there in the left yard, I'm there, I'm a bad man, I tell you left yard. When I get a 1 month break from school, I take care of me. I say, yes, that's what I'm going to do. Because when I come last time, I didn't want to go back to America. But now, I'm going to take him for a month and watch him. Because you have to understand, it's a picnic nowadays, and clever that when we are growing up. All of them sensible when we grow, and sometimes it's, yeah, when I talk to them, I say, them don't know. Because social media make everybody get clever now,
But you see the worst, one of the biggest problems is, see if your pick, say that you is a road man.
Yes.
That doesn't help.
No.
Because, thank you Jesus, that mine never bring me to no jailhouse,
Simple,
even though that their father was a road man.
Simple. My old kids them over here, the big boy, he never smoke. He don't know about road, he know the road, and then they run everyone I'm afraid of my road man. And never. They caught up in the road, but at the same time, sis. I go on with the name. Oh yeah. That's life. When them come back out, sit down and read with them. When them come up and talking to me, give
yeah, but when he come out, he's bigger than what his mother can tell him, because the man in my yard, in the jailhouse, are gonna recruit him. So no matter what his mother have to say, him the business with that.
No, when he in a jailhouse, he learn.
Yes.
Because before he go back to jailhouse, and there with me now. Every day he come and gain food. He come buy a food, I say a food, man. Because we have to think, say I could have our youth, you know what I say? But it's one bag of history. But we can't talk it now. We have to life. I said, go there, man. Right now, my pick got jail. I said, I'm not going to fear. If the drugs are gone, stay there with you alone. You're not going to see my face. Mad. You see roll around now? Roll around away now where you feel about it for your body. And them make for them body more than we.
Yeah.
I want me to go. Yeah. When I go, just have to see about it now.
Well, clever if you're a leader. You understand?
Look, you know, see, all of my friends never see me now. That's right.
Oh, very young.
See, when we talk to him, I'll take him over here I'll take him over here for a month. Can you get a month from school?
So where is he? In America?
It's America, yeah, America and the man. I'm sending all of them foreign nurses. Because I use the money and pay for them visa and them good and look, but it's all the street, but that's life, you know. I'm a kids them, I'm one of the best to them. But them have to do, learn.
And if they can't appreciate that you're sacrificing
you, a lot
to make life better for them, and they don't appreciate it,
tell you,
fuck you then,
100%. No joke.
Like our Parents' Day, when you can't listen to them, they say you have to feel.
Yeah, man, he's hard man feel. I tell him early, he's hard man feel, brother.
So what do you stream? What do y'all stream on the live? The food?
Yeah. Live something. Because whenever you put this YouTube something, so whenever they put thing like, that's when I put it, so I have to try to put it.
Well, that's what's working.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I have to try. I'm going to move on, man. Go on, man.
Go on, man.
How
you want to push you up in my nose?
Let me see a man like that, yeah. See a man with a woman in a jail. And the man said, you're going like a bad man. The man who's a pedicine. And I push it down and I click, 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 click. I play pedicine.
Soup ready?
Yes, no.
So hungry. All I had from morning, 2 slices of bread.
When you're doing them kind of job on your foot, you have to eat regular, otherwise you end up with ulcerated stomach.
Yep.
Because of the long period.
Yep. Yep, and diabetes.
Yeah.
Bah,
Yo.
soup ready?
Yeah, man, I can't get soup, yeah.
Yeah. Busy, I'm busy around the farm, I'm going to eat it. Wait.
And you eat. When you peel over, cut in there.
Then I know a new barber. Right now, one in the chair, 1, 2, 3, 4 for them.
You have seafood soup or something?
Eh?
Still have some of my seafood soup or something?
The way they make seafood soup?
Yesterday?
Me never know that.
Yeah.
Give me that then, brother. Me ain't know that. I me think me come and see Portland and drink soup, you know? But me never did tarry neither though.
Oh, they come to go step,
Yeah, just as Milwaukee near the exit.
Eat tired, so. No, I have to get up and come early.
Busy around there for a morning, you're quiet.
Go on, me bring come, go on.
Alton.
Eh? Eh? Me your friend, my youth. Boy, you can't tell him leave me alone. Although me know you're going to say you're not get involved.
Alright.
Hey. Like a dog. Salah is penalty.
Eh?
Salah.
It's penalty?
Yeah.
One down.
madness of all something to get stuck into.
It's on YouTube live.
What's your YouTube?
Are you're on YouTube?
I'm not on YouTube, but I watch it.
Yeah, it's I'll write it down for you.
Do you edit your own things and?
Yeah, more my content. I have loads of content on there.
Okay.
Food them and stuff, and I do catering job, and right now I cook one christening for tomorrow.
Halfway down the chest, lowers my own extras, lowers my own players on my feet like. Will take the corner. Spraggabenz also coming across. And in the end, it's going to be Spraggabenz. Comes from the Barcelona midfielder, and Richie got his head to it just too high for him to get over. Goulet, trying to get on the end of that. Marfeo gets there first, kicks it in play, he's giving it back to Goulet. Goulet sends it long, looking for Mbappe, headed away by Marfeo. You don't have Mahika there, he's injured. I'm sure if he's trying to track the referees, potentially got caught late or it was a muscle injury, which would be a concern when they're already struggling defensively. It doesn't look like he's okay. Just. He did have a that's a strong change from Pablo Torreon and Mbappe, and well, it's early in the game, so he's probably going to be just given a talking to, but perhaps later in the match that would be a yellow card. He charged him, didn't he? So he goes to the ground. It will be interesting to see a replay to see how much of the ball contact he got with the ball. Yeah, the video really low as well, that's showing that VAR's getting involved. Upgrade the punishment the referee's given him, which is just awarded, I believe. Yeah, no card, yeah. Already up here. And then the shot is blocked and comes back out to him. Calais in support. Crosses to the back post and a header coming in from Marankel is taken comfortably by Leverman. Yep, first real sight goal for Kylian Mbappe. Such a threat. He's in that position when he's up against defenders. Doesn't matter how many. He always does appear to find space to get a shot away. Hence he was a decent cross pick out to the far post. The youngster made by the out and made up a lot of ground together. Laid off by Morici, one back by Trent.
Now let's start.
There sends it forward, Morici, and Morici trying to get on the end of it. Foul is given for an earlier infraction. Well, then is on Marankel. That's the second time he's clipped on the ankle. This time the ball comes off. Maybe said he attempted goal for the youngster. 2 years older than the house, and she said he's sort of around as a young player. Forget how experienced now some of these young players are for the big clubs. See, like the Lowlights we've seen when he was coaching that particular team. Nobody wants to get his shot.
touch. Gonzalo, of course, is there as well. Goes to Jamaica. He's busy during international week. Played an hour against France, an hour against Croatia. On flights to from as well. He's going to play in the United States. He's back in. So he's the fast doing that thing by some distance. Seems to be a challenge for you, isn't it? I do look at it and I think they need to be a little bit more conservative in and around the penalty box. We've all been around ages years, never seen something like that. He does get caught in possession eventually, though. Closed down by the Madrid players. Where it's hard to be tenacious around the pitch, but just have to guard against the two rash challenges.
Huh?
First of all, no?
No. No floor there. I'm trying to wonder.
Yeah, bring up the referee. Oh, so never see what's up here.
You talk about the defensive crisis with Ryan's injury. Only he's one card away from suspension as well, so all in up, come back. Looking up, here's the Vumbo into Morici. Pablo Torre in the middle. The Vumbo also there. Back up to Morales and Goulet. Well, Goulet won that and then seemed to turn his trouble, but it's turned out okay for Rudiger. It's happy for both teams at the moment. Brief spurts of attacking play from both teams as well. Look at a couple of crosses. Real Madrid had 2 or 3 good situations in an attack when Kylian Mbappe has been on the ball. But the midfield area is a little bit open. Neither sets of midfield players really keep control of possession. He finds Carrera. Up ahead of him. That's a number left. Led off by Goulet. Closing down on Camavinga. Lovely pass through from Malanfield, well read by Martin here. Jamaica. The push Alexander Arnold goes back to Ryan. He's forced to go long up towards Morici. Ball is run in the air by Rudiger. Forward from Morales. And so since to Lillian and Lillian out to Jamaica. Individuals do get the better of Morici at the moment when it comes to running down through passes from Volker, in particular from Buka. Mauricio's loose distances, right? It's constantly going over his head. Big striker perhaps needs to just kill himself if he's really going to take that approach rather than dropping off and win that flick on. Really good work on that. That's still a good play as well as good play from really good drop off from John Taylor. That's every side. From there on, I'm not sure what the work is doing as a 1-1 time is running definitely. Leon in the right place with the save. Nice close. Possibly he's on the side. Nice close.
Comes and up goes Germany with a header. Couldn't get over it over the top. There they go on the Mallorca. Every reason to panic. 9 times out of 10, Kylian Mbappe finishes this. Yes. Coming at full pace. Doesn't really put any direction on the finish until the stretch.
Yeah, man, bless.
Yeah, man.
Carries it forward. Then Cummings half beyond Chalmeny. It's retrieved by Costa. Maffeo forward to the Vumba, but that runs out of play. Throw to Real Madrid. Oh, it's the best chance the Yorker have fashioned in this game. It's a good block from Rudiger, but as you say, here's a teed up. Marlenis thought should have been the only goal.
Leaders with Maricic and Alexander-Arnold isn't going to get back. Manuel Angel isn't going to get back. Howson is out of the picture. It was such an easy chance. It really was. Golden chance for Mallorca.
Well, maybe fortunate for Madrid that it fell to Marlenis. Here's Manuel Angel. Does very well to get away from David. He switches that for Carreras. He's got Guilherme and Mbappe ahead of him. Finds Mbappe back out to Carreras. Mbappe runs on to what he hoped would be the return pass. It was cut out by Costa.
I'm wondering if Alanis thought that Rooney was going to come crashing out. That's why he took it so quickly. If Alanis scores, they were probably looking at Rooney and saying, why didn't the keeper come out? So I think Rooney gets away with that, to be honest, as well. It was in the air for a while. It was 6-yard box. Andre Lunin stayed rooted to his line. Yeah, that's a foul. I've no idea about too many fouls being given in this game, but yeah, the challenge from behind.
Carreras from Real Madrid. Hands that one up for Guilherme. Carreras. Camavinga. Will play that to Trent Alexander-Arnold. The low cross is easy for David to clear. Rudiger.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm away next week for a week. I'm going with my nephew.
Okay.
To Kos,
Okay.
Greece.
Oh, Greece. You lose the fish.
I'm not really feeling it because with the war and shit going on.
Yeah. We are.
Yeah, but the British people
We are.
No British people got involved in no one. No matter where you go, they're not.
NATO is not involved, so we'll be okay.
Listen, any tune can play. Right now, I don't want. Yeah. Never been to that part of the world before.
Full country now get involved, so you'll be okay. If there's anything, you get an email, evacuation plane, British Airways, boom, gone. Trust me.
It's not British Airways, I'm going with my nephew, and you know them young people.
Yeah, but British Airways, but
Easy
UK
jet.
will get a repatriation flight. Yeah, man. Yeah, when me down Jamaica in COVID, airport shut. Get me email, boom, go to airport this date, boom, straight up. Come back before time, yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna have to do without smoking for a week. So I'm gonna be on heightened as it is.
You're gonna be stressed.
So any kind of fuckery going down, it wouldn't be very good for me. I don't want them to make an example of me.
Yeah. We
You understand?
You understand? You'll be alright.
I know. I trust Father God. I trust Father God.
In the middle, the cross goes behind him. Towards the Vumba.
Yeah, Braintree have got some really good crossing positions, but they're being forced to come the ball back because there isn't anybody in the centre of goal for the traditional cross across the face of the goal.
it's not really short of options should he choose to make changes sooner rather than later. Alvaro Arbeloa, Vinicius, Bellingham, Mastantuono.
Thiago was asking Corinthians one of the players how they felt, whether there was an injury issue or whether it was a query over a pattern of play that Real Madrid are using.
To Rafael. Richie with his hand up, the cross comes in, he reaches Morales, and this time he makes absolutely no mistake. Well, he missed the golden opportunity just moments before. This time he sends the ball past Living, and just 3.5 minutes short of half-time against Mallorca 1, Real Madrid 0.
Well, he reacted so well to missing that really glorious chance. Why reacts well, he's not afraid to put himself back in there again, to get in the danger zone. The danger zone for Real Madrid. 9-4 well, if another chance comes his way, he's putting himself up for another miss. But he doesn't, he believes he will score. It's not the first good cross of Mallorca delivered into the penalty box. It's the first time that someone has truly got on the end of it. His quality player, which was what it was so surprising he missed that earlier opportunity. But this one is the ball out wide, there's plenty of space, too much time for Pablo Maffeo. Alvaro Carreras is nowhere near blocking that cross. Once it comes in, Rudiger is picking up a reaching, no one's picked up the run. But Manuel Bolaños, wonderful first touch. And it's all about setting yourself and side foot almost on the volley. Doesn't just hit it in home, places it in the corner past Lunin. It's a massive goal for Mallorca and a massive blow for Real Madrid.
Well, no wonder Rudiger looked so furious there after the ball went in. Very loose Real Madrid, lots of space, and Mallorca made full advantage, took full advantage of it. Here's Manuel Angel, laid off by Brahim. Out to Trent Alexander-Arnold. We go long diagonal again for Goulet, but Goulet had little or no chance of keeping that in play. It's interesting to see Terry what Arbeloa does at half time, because this is a game where he would be justified if there were changes to the restart. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, and it's going to be tempting, isn't it? Bellingham, Vinicius Junior, the two blatantly obvious ones, aren't they?
They have to win this game, they have to keep the pressure up on Football Club Barcelona, who play 9 o'clock Spanish time tonight against Atletico Madrid at the Metropolitano. And a hugely difficult fixture on paper, but they're taking into consideration the fact that Atleti aren't in the title race and have also a Champions League game coming up. Once they win that and Madrid don't win here, the gap really does start to open up. But there's plenty of football left to be played. Maffeo with the throw. Yorker fans in good spirits behind Lunin's goal. Camavinga wins it back into Goulet. Recovering from Maffeo. Alien. Nice cushion header from Pablo Torre into Samuel Costa. Luvumbo. Trying to get past Howson against the throw.
Yes, Luvumbo against Howson, isn't it? Marici against Rudiger. And they're okay, the two Mallorca strikers.
Way. I'm about to find out how much time will be added on to the first 45. 1 minute for the goal at the very least. We've seen so much energy from Madrid in recent games. A lot of it's come from Valverde and Thiago Pinto, who are not starting this game. Valverde obviously can play no part because he's suspended. Thiago's on the bench.
And Vinicius has been in.
And Vinicius, of course.
Excellent form.
Yeah.
sure Mbappe went down there. He's given the free kick though.
Well, Trent Alexander-Arnold will be pleased because his pass went to nobody. They have another chance now, Madrid.
Another one of those minor challenges that play could have continued.
He's at least been consistent. He's given almost all of them in this first half. Bridge trying to head clear. Hudson got there first. Down there's header away. Doesn't have a lot of distance on it. Costa tries to get it further clear. Goulet smashes it across the penalty area. Hudson trying to get on the end of it. And it looks like it's half time and the referee just having a quick check, but there's nothing to be looked at. And there goes a half time whistle. So, Terry, there's some things to sort out at half time.
Yeah, I think he's taken a risk, isn't he, with one or two of the team selections. I understand why he's done it, and a big game coming up against Bayern Munich on Tuesday, players returning from international duty. He was hoping for a different outcome in the first half than what we just saw there with Manuel, and he's opening the scoring for Mallorca. I'm sure Abelard is going to look to his bench and during probably during the half-time break.
Well, Morales had all the time in the world with his first half header. He snatched it in and put it over. And just 5 minutes later, he had all the time in the world again. And this time he was the coolest player on the pitch. And he sent the ball past Lunin. And that's the difference between the two teams at the break. John, myself and Terry for the second half. But it's Mallorca 1, Real Madrid 0.
Host a direct pass off the vital points. Alaves will look to make home advantage count against the combative and ever-competitive Osasuna. Intensity guaranteed in Vitoria this weekend. The Metropolitano stages the headline clash of the war. Atletico want to reaffirm their title credentials, while Barcelona need a win to keep pace in the race. A top-tier showdown in Madrid simply can't miss.
Twice from the off, Cristiano Ronaldo made it back to Real Madrid.
I don't understand this at all. No, what's up?
Luiz Dias fintou o chute, deu o drible, limpou de novo, bateu pro gol. Que dia do goleiro do Freiburg! Luiz Dias, que chute! E tinha a defesa do Freiburg, brincadeira. Vem de novo, vai. Luiz, pedalou, levantou. Rodeado. Mais atrás. Se posiciona o bicho ali na entrada da área para ele. Depois sai de Luiz, bateu pro gol! Gol! Batendo de fora da área, diminuindo o placar, bicho! Pode ter certeza. Serão 10 minutos mais acréscimo aí, 9 mais acréscimo. De um jogo absurdo a partir de agora. Você tá com a gente no Sport TV? Fica, vai morrer, fica. Mexe nesse controle não. Vai ser um jogaço, vai ser um sufoco agora pro Freiburg. Para defender essa vantagem, Pedro. O Bayern tudo queima, amigo. É isso aí. Tem uma pressão, né? O Luiz já tinha obrigado o Atubolu a fazer uma grande defesa, depois o Luiz Dias, essa daí do goleiro do Freiburg, batida de perna direita, né? O bicho não é exatamente a perna boa, cruz para dentro, conseguiu encontrar o mínimo espaço para acertar a pancada de perna direita, chute rasteiro do cantinho e tacar fogo no jogo. Agora, como você disse, são 10, 15 minutos ali de Bayern de Munique para cima do Freiburg, vai tentar segurar essa pressão. E vem arremesso. O Bayern vai ser pressão total a partir de agora. Boa assistência do Lena. Luiz Dias. Fazer passe de lado enquanto o Pavlovic. Kimmich. Desceu para o Luiz Dias. Luziala. Empolgando, você toca por dentro, faz o giro. Vai sobrando para o Pavlovic. Reforça o passe. Suzuki corta mal. Bateu para o Luziala. Escanteio do Bayern. Vai ser isso aí agora. Não espere nada diferente de uma direção absurda do Bayern. Chamou isso. Incrível. É lateral pro Bayern. Esquece. Agora é linha de 8 na defesa do Freiburg. Para segurar a pressão do Bayern vai ser absurda. Os próximos jogos do Bayern, né? Real Madrid 2 vezes pela Deus, campeões, e nesse meio tem o jogo pela Bundesliga contra o São Paulo. Calma. Jogando por dentro do nosso espaço, Bichov mais atrás, Kimmich. Luiz. Abre o espaço, especialidade da casa. Bloqueando pelo time inteiro. Pediu pênalti ali. O Pavlovic, que o juiz mandou seguir. Kimmich. Luiz. Vai tentar a recuperação. Mandou seguir o professor Daniel Siemens. Pegou do lado esquerdo. Para aquele passe curto dos Kimmich. Freiburg não passa da sua intermediária, não chega na sua intermediária de defesa. Olha o passe do Kimmich por dentro, calma. Aí intercepta uma dessa bola no Luiz. Ele vai pra cima do Troy. Ganhou na primeira, o Luiz no fundo do primeiro. Aí eles colocou o Freiburg vai respirar agora. O Schuster está pedindo para o pessoal sair de trás. Não tem jeito. Para segurar o Bayern vai ter que fazer isso aí. Pavlovic. Ele joga por dentro. Ele joga no meio do local. Pessoal que não vai também pelo outro lado. Tem layout não mudança aí na equipe do Bayern, sinceramente a equipe até espretada do canadense Alfonso Davis com a semana.
Eu acho que a formação tem praticamente 3 jogadores atrás, né? O Stanisic, o Jonathan tá, e o Davis como esse jogador pelo lado esquerdo, Marco Fernando. O Davis aqui pelo lado esquerdo, achou que vai avançar um pouco mais. Ser mais um meio campista ali, se juntando ao Pavlovic, se juntando ao Luiz, ao Renan Calma e o Luiz Dias para tentar dar ainda mais volume ofensivo do Bayern nessa época que não tem jogo dos dois pontos. Novamente, a moça do futuro, seja tomar o início mói, o goleiro ali aproveitando para fim, conseguir fazer o seu gol, depois ter desperdiçado duas oportunidades claras.
Poderia ter custado caríssimo, né? O Freiburg faz a redução dele, deixa esse belo chute de fora da área. Diminuiu para o Bayern agora há pouco, né? No 36 do segundo tempo. E o Bayern vai fazendo essa pressão louca, né? Sufocante. Em cima do Freiburg, 500 minutinhos agora na quebra do poder. Ele deve sair. Meu Deus, pronto para entrar aí no Freiburg.
Ele vai sair, começa a achar estranho, né? O Julian Schuster manter ali os dois centroavantes que estão com o goleiro, vamos na prática do goleiro, quando mais a gente começa a operação, mas aí começa uma operação pensando no fortalecimento do sistema defensivo, exatamente. O outro, o Zagueiro vai entrar e o meu foi
Isso aí foi na tela. Já saiu o Wander, vamos ver quem é o segundo que está saindo aí. O Wander está fora, então, o segundo gol. Recebe os cumprimentos aí da comissão técnica. Está aí o Wander. Vamos ver quem é o segundo a deixar pelo Fracasso. Vai sair já para o Suzu, que ele nunca conseguiu um bom jogo, Suzu.
ela tira o meia e tira o centroavante para colocar.
Yorker to hold on. He's been composed at the moment, up below. It doesn't look like he's getting too worked up. He can trust his players. I mean, still, we're looking at the bench for options, but there's still 11 very good players out there for round 100 currently. But he will hope and expect they can do better. He will hope that he doesn't have to then throw on players when he wasn't really looking to, because of the game coming up against Tuesday on Bayern Munich.
Well, back and away with Madrid kicking from left to right. Camavinga. And then his first touch means that goes out for a throw.
Well, that talks about the imbalance of Real Madrid's attacking play. There's nothing new. It happens that the players that like to play down the left. But I would expect to see more Trent Alexander-Arnold down the right, and expect to see more service to him. It just has the attacking position, but still an attack from Real Madrid in the first half down that right side.
Well, in that game earlier in the season, there was a superb pass out to the back from Trent, which Mbappe buried, and the goal was given offside, and one of those millimetric decisions. to say we haven't really seen the best of him in the first half because he hasn't received too much support. Here's Manuel Angel. Costa got there first, down there. Busies himself away from Manuel Angel and plays that one out to Luvumbo. Howson tight to him, Luvumbo's brought down, free kick. And just started to happens. We're in the second half now, so the referee's not going to mess around, and out comes the yellow card.
Yeah, that was lovely movement, lovely play from Sergio Dardo. Drifts around midfield with the ball, plays the ball into Luvumbo, but Luvumbo really, he dropped short and then bent his run in behind. And it was obvious that Sergio Dardo had to pass it one-on-one against the house, and he got away with 2 or 3 in the first half, mainly because they were minor incidents, but just put his hands on the back of Luvumbo, but that one was almost going to result in the caution for the Real Madrid defender.
Kiko over the ball at the moment. Daniel Mascarell and Murici prepare for the free kick. Vinicius is warming up for Real Madrid.
They're organised here, don't they, Real Madrid?
There is also over it. Is Mahika in fires it straight into the wall. It comes back out to Camavinga. Policing him at the moment. He's given the wing of the slip. The cross comes in. Howson heads it clear. Only as far as down there. Still surging down there. And it's wonderful.
That's a decent result, considering Mahika hits the ball into the wall.
Hello, babe.
Away from Real Madrid to regain possession, then very quickly upfield. He has shown some marvellous skill to give lead to Eduardo Camavinga.
I need carrot. Oh, I'm left carrot. No, I need some carrot, innit?
Like the journey back.
And here comes from Pablo Torre, headed away by Howson.
Oh.
Work back to Mahika. Costa's underneath this one. Carrera.
Look at something.
Tries to send it back. Pablo Torre goes out for a throw. The referee drops straight.
It was there, isn't it? A few euros much, Vinicius, Bellingham, Militao.
Carreras carries it forward. Mbappe. It's even running away from Mbappe at the moment.
He's really become accustomed, hasn't he, Mbappe, to playing down the middle. And then today, because Vinicius isn't playing, he's just gone back to all his old instincts. In that position that we've seen him play for so many years. I assume when Vinicius does come on, then Mbappe just goes back into the position where he's been able to get so many goals this season. Just 38 non-competitions, 23 in La Liga. He's had a couple of good attempts and got good opportunities in this game.
Yeah, they are great numbers considering that he hasn't started all the games. Mascarell. Out to Costa. Here's Pablo Torre. Mahika. Murici. 1-1 back by Manuel Angel. Rudiger has to go back to Lunin, who's being chased down by Murici. Lunin clears to Carreras. Walking back and probably enjoyed that rally and putting out for a throw.
And there's the merits of playing 2 strikers that teams do try to play out the back. If the 2 of them are up for it, they've got some idea of what they're doing. They can put even the best players, looking at Real Madrid players, they're struggling to play out the back, but Murici and Luvumbo are at it and closing them down. It's so different to when there's just one up there, trying to do the work of his own and hoping that teammates joining in that intent to win the ball back high up the pitch.
Now they're back to Leo Roman, who made those 3 excellent saves in the first half. Johnson with the clearance. Mojica was a little bit short for Samuel Costa, but back it goes to Leo Roman.
Yeah, not too much there from Ardagula. But sorry, trying to get the free kick. Mojica looking a little bit overconfident. We know he's got a few tricks in his locker, but right time, the right place.
Richie needs the header. He's on the free kick as well.
Who's looking about at that Marici got his first foul on the big Kosovan striker.
Down there, Mojica sends it back to Masquerade. Forced back by Camaringa.
Decent at home, York. I mean, as I said, 22 points at home, 6 points away. And they don't, in any way, shape or form, look like a team that should be in a relegation battle.
I'm really much of a post solar.
Very much so. Ardagula into Mbappe.
Was asking someone to attack the back post, no was. So he keeps it into early, cross comes in from here, gets deflection and goes behind.
Trent Alexander-Arnold certainly be nice to push forward. He doesn't get deflection. They just go straight out of play. I initially thought he had, and also the disappointment on the face of Frankie Diaz when I then assumed it was just a poor push from Trent Alexander-Arnold.
The duel again with Marici.
There's no time to pay there for Real Madrid, although it's critical that they get all 3 points in this match. We're talking about the obvious ones. I think Danny Carvajal, I think, has been in this situation hundreds of times with Real Madrid before. Still pretty much one of the leaders of
Mbappe motoring into the penalty area. That's another Leo Roman save. That's the hat-trick of saves from Mbappe for Leo Roman.
Trent Alexander's made a run here into space, but Costa's challenge.
He's a bit more sensitive there than Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's in the obvious parts was him. He did put his hand up, he wasn't shouting for the ball, and even now I would say not this one. That's another good save from Leo Roman, and the classic Mbappe, change of pace, gets away from the defenders, gets the shot in. Even Alexander-Arnold has to complain when the ball doesn't come in after them. The player's broken down.
Yeah, we don't see him demanding it, do we?
No. It's difficult when you're a new player. He's still finding his feet. He's missing off top of his season. But the big players don't mind. They want it. They want to win games of football.
With the kick. Richie trying to get on the end of it. Kept in play. Headed forward by Mojica. There's Marici again. With full-line support. Still Marici. Chamini Wanga. Was Camavinga certainly plays the ball out to Goulet. Goulet into Mbappe. Streaming forward here, Madrid. Goulet, Brahim and Chamini. Mbappe plays it back to Arda Goulet. Ismail Angel. Goulet out to Kylian Mbappe. Carreras offers himself on the overlap.
Carreras with the cross, it's blocked, comes out. Near to the penalty where the flag is up against Carreras. Approach the hour mark, similar change from Arbeloa. Good defensive line from Mallorca. It's a challenge there, and it was Aurelien Tchouameni. He gets the ball. I've seen him give it as a foul though. There's plenty of contact on Marici, isn't there? Try to get the touch. Away. Ferris can't keep it in place. Another Mallorca throw. And we are going to see Vinicius Junior. 11 league goals this season for Vinicius. Brilliant performance since the turn of the year. Really stepped up in the absence of Mbappe. The winner between these two teams earlier in the season, and they need him now. Real Madrid throw. Really good. Trent Alexander-Arnold. Carreras into Mbappe. Pass is cut out by Morlanes. Tchouameni sends it out to Carreras. He's Mbappe once more, out to Manuel Angel. Brahim. Laid off to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Back he goes to Camavinga. Camavinga to Kylian Mbappe on the volley. He struck it so well, and I felt the full force. It was possibly from an offside position anyway, but brilliant technique. You've got that wrist, don't you, and your arms are behind your back, and you throw yourself in front of the challenge. The old days you might have had your arms up to protect. You might have got away with that, not being a penalty, but it's a defender from well, they're bringing up through the investigation lot to Militao, Bellingham and Vinicius. Manuel Angel has been replaced. Camavinga's gone off. Just waiting for that confirmation of the third player has gone off. So all changed just short of the hour mark. Is Masquerade. I still see Brahim out there, Gullia's out there still. Housen is going, of course, Militao coming on, he's centre back goes off, so Housen is off. So, player that Anglo called the best defender in the world is on alongside Rudiger. And cleared by Maffeo. This might have been the plan anyway. This period of time for Vinicius and Bellingham. Vinicius gets his first run at Maffeo. Vinicius, as he forced the corner, and the arms are up among the Mallorca defenders. That should be a goal kick. Those two, it's fair to say, don't get old, do they? No. Maffeo and Vinicius. In fact, there's a challenge there from Samu on Vinicius where he does get the ball. But I bet Maffeo was still pleased when he saw the team sheet and his cruises, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, Maffeo already starting to up the ante, as it were, with the afters from that particular incident. But those three changes are very definitely going to put Mallorca on the back foot. Just those three players coming on immediately. I think Mallorca will look to now try and protect. Up until now, first 15 minutes of the second half, they haven't set deep. Still a threat on the attacking play. Cooler into Bellingham out to Trent Alexander-Arnold. It's a good cross from him, and it was good defending from Guerrero. He's going to reach Mbappe, and immediately Bellingham on, and he
finds Trent very quickly. Trent finds Bellingham with the throw. He comes out to Brahim, back to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Brought back to Jude Bellingham, trying to get away from Luvumbo. Militao in on Richie, free kick to Mallorca.
I'm surprised to see Militao been so long though, if I'm being perfectly honest. He's serious injury. Through a big sweat, should be over the 30 minutes plus every long time to come.
His last injury sustained on the 7th of December in his 24 games since then. Bellingham's block. Comes to Valier, out to Pavanafel. That's given away straight to Chalmeny. Is now the Goulet. Back he goes to Bellingham. Bellingham finds Trent Alexander-Arnold. Cross from him is, well, as you have to say, the same standard as most of the crosses he's produced in this game so far. But he's clearly going to receive all of the ball now that Bellingham's on. Yeah. He's going to look for him, isn't he?
And also, Bellingham and the other players that came off the bench have probably been seeing what we've seen, that he's been unmarked on that position. And the players haven't seen it for Real Madrid. They're sitting on the bench, I'm pretty sure they're watching the game. And looking and seeing the space down the right, there's space for Trent Alexander-Arnold. When they come on, they will give him the ball. I think Mallorca now are best served by going long, by going direct, hoping the front, get hold of the ball and get the team up the pitch, because they are getting pins back now by Real Madrid, not getting into the attacking half. The way their players don't want having two up front now.
Ball goes out to Goulet. This is fast to Caneras. She's playing Bellingham fuming, and Rafael and Costa very happy.
Three challenge there. Rafael.
In terms of yellow cards so far in this game, it's only Dean Harrison, but you suspect that might change now that Vinicius is on up against Pablo Rafael. There's lots at stake in the last 26 minutes of the game. Bellingham gives it back to him. Forward to Vinicius. Vinicius to Mbappe. Cross comes Valier. Vinicius goes down under the challenge from Valier, wins the free kick.
What do you got there? What do you got there?
Mbappe back to Goulet. Brahim to Chalmeny. Opens it up for Dimichelis, maybe thinking about change as well. Caneras, forward to Vinicius. Another chance to run Rafael. Just comes Valley and puts the ball out for a throw.
No, me I tell you say it's supposed to still there, you know. I know you tell me. Me I tell you say it's supposed to still there. Come on, no long time. I'm not talking about this most of the now.
Again, he has space, so much space.
That's up here easy, you know.
I mean, it's hard to be critical. We said in that big put that at the top.
Well, I'm from Jamaica, man.
He shouldn't have shot, he shouldn't shoot. Just to see him do that and
I want to come talk to the place where we went to the blood clot place, bad man. I hope I'm going to spend a $1 in a bad man. So you know, say no good. If you spend $1 back. I'm going to run down to the bad man because now, man. Eh?
See how many times they tried to play out like that. A yellow card for Leo Romano. We didn't see why, presumably for taking too long to get rid of the ball. Here's Luvumbo up against Rudiger. Takes it into the area, goes past Rudiger. The cross comes in and no one to convert it. Back post.
Pass it, the pass it, man. Parcels are parcels, man. It's a massive.
When they play out the back and it's into midfield, more often than not, they give it the ball back around the tree. The players they have are good at winning the ball back. If you can get the ball forward to level and reaching, they hold it, the players get up in support. It's difficult, it's tiring, it's hard, but when you've got that bonus, the benefit of a one-goal lead at home against home.
You see, I don't know about man. What man just spread it? $1 man. So I said, I depend on game. I don't like checkers. Enough money I spend on and lose. I'm straight up God. I depend on game, brother. I don't want to spend the next time and lose about that. I'm just rank out everything. You know the whole 100. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, you understand what I said?
Changed his mind there about 3 or 4 times, the young goalkeeper. So I kick it. Right, wait, see if it comes into the box. So able to deal with it comfortably, like he has done. Today he's been excellent. All New Yorker players have. They're all working really hard. They've shown good quality. They've got enough about them to hold on to this scoreline.
Well, it's going to be a triple change. Virgili's going to be one of the players to come on. I think Mateo Joseph as well. And David Lopez, the centre-back. Who many in the audience this morning expected to start on both sides of the box, but being sent back into play in the central defence. All forward towards Morlanes. Vulbo and Munici. Ahead of him he finds Costa. It's cleared by Militao. It comes out to Pablo Torre. Back to Mojica. Up against Brahim. And he wins the foul.
Yes, much a foul here. Yeah, there's a tackle. Brahim Diaz doesn't make contact with the ball. He's desperate attempt to stop Mojica. Clear tackle.
So here come those 3 changes. Let's see how it's played for Samuel Costa as well. Involved in international football during the break. Is the other, so Pablo Torres, Samuel and Morlanes. So presumably Masquerade goes back in field. David Lopez goes alongside Bradley Henry for some change in shape. Just short of the 70-minute mark. Down there and Mojica over this free kick. Takes it and Lunin gathers it comfortably, balls it out for Goulet. Brahim, Mbappe and Vinicius forward for Real Madrid. Back it goes to Chamini. Goulet.
Pitch there, on the right hand side of the central round.
Thiago Pintas trying to come on for Real Madrid to be their 4th change. It comes to Alexander-Arnold, back to Militao.
Driving into the penalty area. Vinicius has it for Real Madrid. Come back out to Liverpool. He's fouled by Jamaica.
It's been absolutely fabulous, isn't it? Cito and Liverpool. Working really hard. Quality as well, been a real thorn in the side of the Real Madrid players today.
Well, he's going to let it next way for the Dutch. Fresh from Spain, under 19 duty, the 18-year-old. To start Tuesday too. Big times has he done that well, but now the biggest game of the season so far, he's going to start.
But he's the fact he was one of those players that maybe was rested.
He's done well here. If we get across him, Alexander Arnold slides and puts the ball out for his ball.
There's been challenging bolts on him from Alexander Arnold, but I'm surprised that Jimmy had pace.
Joseph gives a little bit more area of presence and penalty area for these corners now. In it comes, it's somebody got his head to it. The corner. This one as well. Of course, will score from a corner in the between these two teams early in the season. And he comes from down there. Richie got his head to it. It's cleared by Brahim. Out to Vinicius. What he's doing well to win it back. And in the end, he shot over the top from
You kind of feel that this is not just this season. Historically, when you have a corner against Real Madrid, it's clear. You do anything just to put a stop to the game and speculative shot, clearance down the field. Because you're terrified of them breaking on you.
Yeah, as you say, they still carry on threat, but yeah, back not long ago it was almost like the seeming free kick around the penalty area, wasn't it? Having an attacking corner against them. There is Raya, who will be missed for how long? We'll probably find out at the start of next week. Such an important player. Doing okay without him so far this afternoon. He is really good. Vinicius. Then it's back to Vinny. Vinny underneath that foul. He comes up by Matteo Joseph. Still Vinny about to trickle into the arms of Leo Romano.
It's not happened yet. It was 15 minutes plus added on time to go. And the last change on the lower.
That's the kind about to come on. Militao heads away.
Imagine this. He can only be for Brahim Diaz.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's coming to his near touchline. Before we've looked him, we haven't seen his number yet. He looks like he's about to.
It looks like he's expected it.
Yeah. He can throw for it. It's picked up by Richie. Full coming out at the end of it. Pushing really good. Danny Carlos. What's the referee's decision? He says it is Spraggabenz again. It's not there. Who's going to be quickest to that? Matteo Joseph into Richie. Back to down there. That's Makika. 3 in the penalty area. Virginia was one of them. He came short. Bellingham intercepted. Match 1-1, 5 changes made for Real Madrid, still with 15 minutes left of the game. part of the battle against Everton, but did seem to recover from that under also has had various injury problems still. You should remember, very young, 18 when he signed for the River Plate. Here's Militao into Diego Pitac, Carreras, out to Vinicius, Mbappe making a run through the middle. He's not quite found by Vinicius, well cleared by Valier. Diego Pitac gets there first.
That could have been really controversial. It looked a clear foul on Luvumbo down on this flank here from Militao. Clearly marked for the ball. Referee chose to ignore it. Now play to continue. If the Real Madrid had scored then I think we'd have been going all the way back to that. When you see the replay, very conclusive that it was a foul by Militao.
Valier.
He's taken on Brahim Diaz, different types of spells in the team this season, and out more than he. Recently he was always out, wasn't it? Big questions being asked, what's he done to Arbeloa? And suddenly he's had a little run of games, still hasn't scored in La Liga this season.
He's Maston Kleiner, who replaced him, rolls up my back to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Carreras. From Mbappe, back out to Diego Pitac. Here's Vinicius. Tchouaméni. Bellingham. Bellingham to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Mastentuano. Still Mastentuano. Bellingham. Tchouaméni was shot through the crowd, but harmlessly wide. And we are getting closer to the 10 minutes left mark, and Mallorca still look reasonably comfortable despite the fright that is watching those three players come on at the same time. Vinicius, Militao and Bellingham.
You certainly had the numbers back, don't they? Dimachelis now telling one or two others that come back towards the bench. I would advise maybe breaking those subs up. He's only used 3. He's had one window. He could use the other 2 in 2 separate windows just to keep stopping the game.
So good in the centre of Mallorca's defence so far, the captain.
Going to come under pressure, that's for sure. Mallorca and Antonio Sanchez is the next one going on.
He played the last game before the international break at right back instead of Maffeo. Here's Vinicius into Carreras. Carreras fouled by Martin Valier. This could be interesting. Trent Alexander in swinging.
There's quality, no doubt about that.
Rudiger, Tchouaméni. Bellingham as well. All the likely targets, and the header over the top of the end, I think, from Militao. This change is made. Antonio Sanchez on. That's what he's doing, as you say, Terry. Not making both the changes now, scoring himself another huge applause as well deserved too. The Vongo goes off.
Absolutely fantastic. I haven't seen so much of him.
Funny chunky than it was the Terry was only recently arrived on loan. Roman. Militao. Trent Alexander-Arnold. Drops down onto Spraggabenzeny. Gabriel goes into anywhere we're doing now.
Not the start he made it there, wasn't it? one mistake. But sometimes you count 2 or 3 quick mistakes in succession, it never ends up in a goal. So one mistake there from Benny, who's been impeccable so far, but Ben Blevins wasn't messing about with that clearance.
That's a good time and trusting for that possibility there. Matteo Joseph comes away with it for Mallorca. On the outside trip. Cross comes Militao. He's done well there, Matteo Joseph, especially as Militao has the ball out for a shot.
Look at the reaction of Mauricio, who's the leader of the team, one of the leaders, and his hands are up high, he's applauding his teammate. Every second counts, every minute counts, every metre you get up the pitch and keep Real Madrid away from your goal counts. Excellent work from Mallorca with Mojica.
Masquerade out to Matteo Joseph. Back it goes to Mojica. Richie, the only player in the penalty area moment from Mallorca.
He's the calm and composed up until now, and I understand. And he's
well, he's so close now.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag so far. Win, draw, defeat, but
this will be a highlight in his so far short managerial career. That there goes down, and the referee has given him the free kick.
Not too much there. He said Davier was hoping for that. Whilst Antoine obliges to a degree with slight contact.
We're in the zone now where the Mallorca players will maybe just stay down a little bit longer, just trying to break up Madrid's rhythm. Vinicius is upset that Davier is taking his time to get back to his feet.
Obvious there he's going to hurt Sergio Dada. Clutching his straws, saying maybe his shoulder when he fell, but flopped to the ground.
Very calm presence in the technical area, Abla. We all thought that when he got the job that he's a student of Mourinho, he's a great admirer of Mourinho. We've not really seen any of those Mourinho-type explosions that we've touched on so far. No, in his so far short career as a good coach. Even in this situation, which is a tense one, because we're doing it heading for defeat. They've got 60 minutes left until the 90. They could be second worst by Barcelona tonight. Barcelona beat Atletico Madrid in the 9 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah, my brother, yeah. Portsmouth. It depends what they have today. What do you have today, my bro? Yeah, it's proper.
What's some of that?
What do you have in there today?
Jerk wings, scoreboard and rice. And stew.
The jerk wings I put in. You got any callaloo or anything on the side? Nothing like that. Any vegetable? Anything?
Plus some onion and carrot, like the garnish up on the fish. Fish garnish on the fish.
I'll take the jerk wings and the rice if anything, if you don't mind. What is it?
He's got to keep the ball like Matteo Joseph did.
Yes, there is more fun there.
Mbappe once more.
Not too much rice though, please. Thanks.
The chicken, eh?
Well, it can't be easy for a central defender coming into this situation, but he's done well so far. David Lopez, everything he's done has been right.
He's had the clearance, clearance, which was the right thing to do, and 2 interceptions there, and really good defensive action.
Alright, come here the green coat for me, yeah?
So he lays that one off for Richie.
Yeah. What did you say that carrot and that was?
Huh?
The carrot and that, with the fish and that, that's separate, or is it the same thing? It's the garnish, innit? It's what you put on top of it, type thing.
Yeah, on top of the fish, yeah.
You think you can put it on top of it? I'm trying to have some vegetables, bro.
Huh? I don't know.
It's not possible to...
Yeah, you can go on it just if you like it.
Put it on top of the rice, man. You know I fuck with all of this, man. I wouldn't be eating here if I didn't like it, man. You know that?
Yeah, I know.
I just need some vegetables, though. That's it.
You want some garlic for rice, eh?
If you don't mind, just a little piece on the side, thank you. What's the total on this, brother? Thank you very much, my guy.
I'll show you one.
Thank you. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Vinicius will cross this in. It was a dangerous one as well. And again, it's Danny Holder as he puts it out this time for a corner. We've certainly come up with the right attitudes, and there's so many players from both teams in the penalty box here as the ball is delivered across into the danger area.
I'm gonna push there. Some fish season, yeah?
Yeah.
Coconut milk, yeah? I'm gonna put some on it, yeah?
Thank you, bro. Yeah, thank you.
Not getting out, and they're not trying to. In it comes Sundre. Up goes
You got any can drink in it? No can drink?
Yeah, all of it.
Oh, yeah.
Marks his return to football with a goal, and it's a very important one because it means it's Mallorca 1, Real Madrid 1, still with time to play. Yeah, and Real Madrid are racing back the halfway line. Mauricio trying to...
So one, yeah?
Yes, please. Yo, brother, he's outside now.
2 minutes to go. 3 minutes when this corner was taken. It's an incredible header. It's poor defending from Mallorca. Looking at the players responsible for marking the tower. No one is. He gets a free jump. And then technically, it's an incredible header.
You know, the only thing we have is Lucas Aid.
I'll take that, man.
Yeah, that's that. Bless you.
Thank you very much, man.
Kind of expected Real Madrid though, and now they stop there. Are they going to pinch it? Really at the death.
Come in, man. Score one more now.
Mbappe's in behind here. Good defending again from Lopez. Little celebrations.
Yeah, one side.
On his head back on with again.
Come in, man. Score one more now. Fucking hell, fudge. I didn't have to win and Chelsea win. Remember that Chelsea win is 800.
What's the score, though? What's the score, though?
It's 1-1, let's go. Come on. One more.
Back he goes. Continue his run. It's headed away by Valian.
5 minutes ago there.
He's Valian once more. Just one change on the front image, Ellis.
Yeah, man.
It's going to be a great deal. So he floats that one forward to Aston Plano. He takes over and this is crap. I don't think this is a foul at all. Loose ball, challenging. Sergi Dana didn't go down with cramp a few minutes ago. He's gone down again now.
What's that? Free kick?
Yeah, it's a foul, but that's a foul, lad. The man just go down and cramp and come back up.
Yeah, come on. Rubbish. Nonsense.
Put it in our bag, yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, one sec.
Press it.
Yeah. I'll give you the fork already?
Yeah.
I'll give you the fork,
yeah,
yeah?
I got that.
You want the bag, innit?
Yes, please. Yo, bro. He's in the park. Where you met
5 minutes, go now. 5 minutes now, come on. Come on, Martin. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. What's that? Extra?
Yeah. What? Manners and thanks, I love. Yes, sir?
Come on, man.
Let's start, man. Bless it.
Good one, right?
Yeah, go on, man. Come on, Martin. Come score one more now. 5 minutes, come on.
Bottom of the division. Too much drama early in the match. There's no twist here. Mauricio. Mauricio scores. He's been an awful finishing here with a goal that gives Mallorca 3 points against Real Madrid. Celebrations inside San Marsh. The entire Mallorca bench out on the touchline. And Madrid, while they clawed their way back on terms, they've thrown it away, Terry. They just forget about defending. And it's understandable. There was an is all over the place. He's all over the place. In their defence, I would say the chances that we got. Roger were not interested in the draw. They were going, I believe there was only one outcome, that they were going to get 3 points. And they forget, they neglect to defend against a striker who's got his 19th goal in the season. And it could be such an important goal for Mallorca.
Well, it's a massive goal for Mallorca. It's potentially a massive goal in the title race. It takes him to 53 goals for Mallorca in the top flight, just one behind Samuel Eto'o. And they've got 2.5 minutes plus an extra minute maybe for that goal to get back on terms again. Vinicius twisting so that he finds Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe with a cross. Chance for Mastantuono. Mastantuono, his shot is blocked. It might come to Bellingham. It's knocked away by Martin Valliere. Rudiger and Militao underneath it. Gilly's chasing them both down. When you equalise so late, you can only see the next goal going to them and also completing the comeback.
Mallorca have had an attempt to shot for ages, haven't they, in this match?
Sanchez. Still Vinicius. He rolls it to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Out to Mastantuono. Back to Trent. Another huge roar from Sanchez.
The Celtics had a good month to chase it, to keep their shape. The substance came off the bench, but he's still enjoyed that next up there. They're completely unmarked.
And it's back it goes to Thiago Pitach. Back to Carreras. The offside flag is up.
I know his heart rate is now, the Celtics. For 88 minutes, his team are hanging on to the route. The Militao equalises, and he's thinking we need to hang on for a draw and hang on for a point, and out of the blue, completely out of the blue with a break. Make the most of Real Madrid, left the numbers back in defensive positions. Marici gets the second Mallorca goal. I was talking about late drama for teams fighting relegation. They always seem to come off on the wrong end of the late drama.
Once it comes to Thiago Pitach, did he handle that? Yes, he did. This is Andrea Sanchez. And we've almost played the 5 added on, so to be just with 1 more minute to go.
Quite an obvious one.
No, I should have.
Let's do now. You got a free five on there. One second. No, Norris, bro. Norris.
Fucking cunt. Go on, sit down, bro. Come on, TV, stop for the sun.
It's a 3-5 minimum.
Yes, man. Yes.
Yeah, bless you.
Appreciate it.
Manners and thanks and respect. Yeah, yeah.
Be respect.
Yeah, bless. One can't eat on me. I don't know from beer. Just stay easy. Eh? Oh, yeah. So I got some time, man. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong.
Go over and police boy call me phone.
Eh?
Police boy from Jamaica.
Oh.
Just find one, sir.
Eh?
In 30 days, left the place.
What's the come out?
Say yo, I'm 30 days, man. I can't let me know, say yo. I've got my money, you see?
Yeah?
I will put that.
Yeah, man, curry goat. I cook salmon, and coconut juice, curry goat and rice, and soup. Goat soup.
I reckon to my curry goat still.
Come on. Bumbo clot, boy, nothing of it. All of that. Yeah, nothing. Chelsea win. Every Madrid win. Eh?
Master Lady.
Yeah, Master Lady, man.
Put your folk out now.
Come here with that. Come on to your place. Yeah, come on to your place, man. Dark. Drunk, come on to your place. Whatever, go, man. Dark. Oh. Yeah, man, fix it. That's good. Yeah, man, nothing wrong with that. Amen. Oh, yeah, what do you do with them? Do you with them? Huh? Oh, what do you with them? No, what do you with them?
Yeah. One of my rare. What you say about the work in Jamaica? Come on, you got to go here.
Lie, want to go there? Hmm?
Yeah, tomorrow I birthday, sir.
So, yeah, though.
You know I go, man.
Amen.
I go. Go and build back. And watch a movie or something.
What, you know?
Mad.
Mad.
Don't fuck up.
You have to enjoy it, fun. That's good, man. Right thing, you know. Sleep good. Come on. Come on.
I'm the one who can say, yo, be honest. You know your skill. How much you chopping together and then blow up that, man? That's what they want to do. Let me down my yard. One buck I was smart man take my yard. I ain't found a thing that much. Look at your dog over here. Yeah, of course you know. I don't know where the magic. Put out that bomb buck here, man. Hold me. I don't let no one guy here. I don't let no one guy listen and watch our boy. Where left it down the lane? All right, Governor.
Ano ba nila? Active? Asawa niyo kung eh? Yeah, man. Okay, blood clot.
Watch out, man, thing, bad man. What you do? I ain't left it on your yard, brother.
Listen. To it.
Well, your blood clot and pop off the neck.
What the? Hey, what is that?
You don't need some more money, man. You know that. Cheap on it. Ah, Sclad, Corey, they look good, boy. Yeah. Some boy now eat no blood clot food.
Not all right.
One team. Where was it? I lose any guys.
Sure. Come on. If Arsenal fuck themselves, they did, eh? You know, I'm not joking. If Arsenal mess up, man, they did. Oh, madam,
Alright, man, good. Yeah, eh? Yeah. Do that last time. I can't hear you see how we. Good, man. One of the market G money. The sister went to G money. You see that one? And they have one with it. One of them was a liar. Another one was a running rent car company. 14 a year time under the chop the brother. One of them marked one Birmingham guy from Birmingham and the guy take fear me. Birmingham must about 3 sisters of them. Yeah, some here. No. Yeah, man, in Miami, Ireland, yeah, really. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I want a sister in there. Okay, I got her. Swap around. And then I realized. Really? I'll let you know. I'll let you. Of course. True. Not now worry about it. Yeah, man, we want to have picture. We have picture of Scotland. We have picture of Scotland. You know, so them you have refinery in Scotland where they get transferred out by sea. Yeah. And listen to nobody. We're not watching. We should watch it. What?
Shit, no, don't ask her.
I'm my president and make it like I'm a college.
Shit.
Alright, yeah man, cool. Yeah man, you. Alright, bye.
Fine, remember? Oh, take it off the bus.
Yeah.
No. Alright, I'm up. Alright, I'm up to check. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Cheers, my brother. Active round that drink. Active. Active! What I do?
This one, 7:30, every FA Cup goal, of course, on the BBC Sport website. Next Wednesday, Champions League, that's 10:40 BBC One, 11:40. Wales is the Champions League next up again. Chelsea got the night. Wales, ultimately, so often. Again, Sharif back on. They're allowed to in very strong shot, and that's going to be fine. That will be all better for that because rapid communication between Tosin and Fofana, and there's lots of anticipation from the shed end where the away fans are. Didn't want to get away from the shed end 40 years ago. Absolutely admirable. Bringing on to anything from this game. This is good work on this week. Liam Gordon is going to curl this in left foot for fourth back. 2-0 down at Stamford Bridge. In goes their first corner again. We've got something on it. This is Ben Wayne. And they've lost possession. Get it on! Get it on! Fucking idiot! Get one ball! The trail leg from Sherry. He goes in, that's it here. Catches Fofana. Thought worse from him, or what we're actually at, but I wasn't too much in it. It's more of it than it actually was. Back on his feet. Well done. That's it. I would have problem with it. He's on the warning. He's okay.
carry it over and we'll just do it. Yeah. One has to do that. If you are not a musician, you can go to school. Somebody guys love that.
Too much wrong with it. She gave her a leg, just trying to use his body to get them away.
Oh, I see.
Just a little bit under it.
It's supposed to have a lot of
Here.
you know, probably the one of the seals of this point, I must have the woman of panic. Yeah, that's another. Oh.